Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome in. Oh my lord, my voice. Do you ever have that? When you say something for the first time in a day, where you clearly haven't used your voice yet, and then you suddenly realise that your voice hasn't switched on yet. Holy. Oh, welcome in. Right, it's a miserable day outside, but the coffee is hot. The Satisfactory factory is growing. We have some exploring to do, some progression to be making today. I was a little bit stun locked in yesterday's stream. You may have noticed if you have caught the VOD or you've been keeping up. I was a little bit stun locked in the stream yesterday in terms of the fact that I couldn't quite figure out exactly what we needed to do, what direction we should go in. There was a bunch of things on my list that I kind of needed to do, but I also wanted to see some of the new shiny stuff because we unlocked phase 4. But I kind of got a little bit stuck. So I went away, had some food, came back and decided that, you know what, the best solution to all of this, turbo fuel. We're gonna do turbo fuel. So I started setting up turbo fuel. It's not finished. The fundamentals are almost here. I have still got to go get both coal and I have started to get sulfur. But yes, we will do just that. This is going to be the task for today, to get turbo fuel up and running. Make sure that for the next phase we are absolutely blasting the power, that we won't need any more. Hopefully, I'm currently standing right on top of a radar tower. Right, what I also need to do is be a #1 top tier streamer and maybe actually remember to ping Discord, because if I don't ping Discord, well, let's put it this way, I should ping Discord, shouldn't we? Turbo fuel. It is technically reset day in WoW as well. Last week we had the option to go and do flying in the Siren Isle, and I'm going to be brutally honest, I don't think I logged into WoW last week. #1 top streamers ping Discord. Yeah. Clearly I'm not #1 top streamer. We'll get there one day. Maybe, possibly, probably not. Oh, it's the 29th. I thought it was the 30th today. I thought today was an interesting day. It's not. Tomorrow's the interesting day. NVIDIA 80 and 90 series graphics cards go on pre-sale tomorrow. They are taking the piss with the price on those things, though, by the way. Holy. Finland tax is outrageous. Considering the euro and the dollar price is basically identical these days. Finland tax is outrageous. I was looking at some of the preliminary prices for these cards and oh boy. Anyway, that's a topic for another day. We've got a bit of finishing off here with routing things. Look, I even did something really clever, look, or at least I think this is really clever. Boop. We have a board. We have maths. We have numbers. This is my sort of planning and preparation and making sure that either in between streams or in between play sessions, I don't forget what the hell's going on here and have to try and refigure out everything when it doesn't work properly. So I put some notes down. We're making 400 fuel from the pure and slugged crude oil patch. That's giving us 600 crude oil per minute. We're also getting an overflow of 300 of these blue crystal businesses, which we're sinking. We'll turn them into plastic later. We need to import both the coal and the sulfur. That 400 fuel is used 22.5 per refinery to make turbo fuel. So we can have, let's say, for ease of maths, 18 refineries making the turbo fuel. Those refineries need 15 coal apiece. It's not coal, is it? It's compacted coal. 15 compacted coal apiece. So somewhere in the region of 267 compacted coal a minute. It's 1-to-1 on compacted coal with like regular coal and sulfur. So we need quite a big supply of both coal and sulfur to get this running. Which it was actually more than I first suspected. I thought this was like a catalyst that you add to it to make it better. It's not. You like really have to slam a shitload more coal and sulfur into it to get it working. But this will, in essence, mean that we're making somewhere in the region of 333 recurring turbo fuel a minute, which at a burn rate of 7.5 a minute in each oil burner gives us room for 44.4 oil burners worth of fuel, which should equate to about 11,000 megawatts of power. All the power, that's the maths. Now, I'm not actually going to build it quite to this scale. We're going to overproduce at the beginning and underconsume, and this will mean that the pipes should stay full. That's the concept here. At the moment, we're looking at why do these both say the same? Power grid A. Power grid A over here. We are producing 6,000 megawatts of juice. Roughly. We will almost double that. It probably won't actually double because when we turn all of these extra refineries and all these extra machines on, there's obviously the loss of operating it in the first place to produce it. But we should be net positive. I'm going to say we'll probably hit net positive about 4,000 or 5,000 megawatts of power, which is going to be useful. Very, very useful. But I do need to get copper. Sorry, not copper. Sulfur. And I do also need to get coal. And then we need to plug all of the rest of this in and figure out how it works. I ran out of materials for my generators when I was plonking these things down as well. So we're going to need some more of those. We're going to need many a thing today. Let me fix some in real quick before we get too deep into this. Let me make sure that I've got my Twitch dashboard up and running. Oh my god, I'm being eaten. Where did your friend go? Get hogged, fellas. Get hogged. There was clearly something up here once upon a time, because I've clearly blown some of it up. Yeah, I've plumbed in some sulfur. I'm already concerned that it might not be enough sulfur, since there's a strong chance, by the looks of things... Ooh, a slug. There's a strong chance that the one node of sulfur isn't going to be enough, meaning we might need to... Shit, the bees saw me. We might need to slug the sulfur production when bringing it over here. Lots of poo particles. Another slug. Clearly haven't actually bothered to explore this area all that much. That's not reliable sulfur, is it? I've actually... Oh no, that's Caterium. It's not sulfur at all. It's on this island. I don't think I've ever been over here either. More bees. More big dudes. More not friendlies. Plenty of not friendlies. Another slug, though. Yoink. And we're out of here. There's a big old rock, which means there's some... Oh my god, I don't want to be fighting bees when I got no health. Hang on, hang on. Let's just piece out of that. We'll go back there in another day. Doing some turbo fuel. Yes, yes. Turbo fuel is on the cards. I've somewhat set some of it up already, or at least I've done the planning stages. Once the planning stages are out of the way, we can hook it all up. I've started the process of getting some sulfur, so I wanted to... sphere? Don't mind if I do. Hang on, let me heal up, because bees... Oh, it's fucking hundreds of bees. I hate bees. I I've never once found an adequate solution to bees. Grab us a sphere. Don't mind if I do. Thank you very much.
The void arms and void metals and desecrated temples follow a mythic melody.
Oh, you understand.
The tapestry unraveled, revealed its texture. Your veins weave familiar patterns. Your vessels grow organs and eyes and mouths, and the ripples lap against our windows.
Was it intentional?
All that is shallow shall sing our deep song, and when the windows break the void shall be a metal grave.
I wish I knew what Ada was going on about. I wish I had any idea what was going on. I did what was suggested yesterday and try a bit harder to find some sulfur. And I did actually stumble across some. I put another radio tower down here, and we did actually go, oh look, here's 2 more sulfur nodes. So there's a pure node all the way down south, which I've already got and claimed, and there's a normal one just here. This pure one is pure node tier 2 miner. It's 240 sulfur a minute. Now, what did I say we needed? Like 267 or something. So we're going to need to slug this once it's operational to make sure that we do actually get enough sulfur. That kind of means I could really do with a pure coal node as well. Is one of these a pure coal node? Please be... Oh, impure. God, that couldn't be further from what I need. Pure. There we go. We're going to need this one as well. That's normal. That's pure. These are going to be a bit of a pain to get. This I remember being like ye olde default. This is ye olde default early game coal power plant. At least last time we played the game anyway, when we were in the grassy green fields of the bottom left of the map. This is where we came and put our coal power plant. This time round, with us not probably putting a coal power plant down there, we can possibly do something else with it interesting. I've not decided. Obviously, we still have the aluminium decision. Stealing the bauxite from somewhere, grabbing the coal from somewhere else, and somewhere that has a bit of copper as well. It might just need to be a bring it all to the middle and craft it situation on this. I haven't quite decided, but we're definitely not doing flipping bauxite in these kind of crazy hill areas, which is super annoying to navigate. What are we working on today? Yeah, a bit of turbo fuel action for today. I'm getting my supply of sulfur inbound. We're going to need to slug that because we're going to need... Okay, 360 is definitely overkill. If we're going to use a slug, we might as well properly use a slug. That's my theory, at least, anyway. 360 is going to be overkill. Because actually, what's a tier 4 belt these days? Tier 4 belt is 480. Okay, so that one belt is still suffice for now. If we... What's maximum sluggage with a tier 2? We can go all the way up to 600 sulfur with just this tier 2 miner. Not going to be needed right now, but we'll put a single slug in there now for 360. So you can provide some stuff. We need the coal. I wonder if this is the coal node I want, how easy that's going to be to wiggle its way through whatever this level of crazy is. We might have to go exploring there to see just what the logistics is of getting a coal belt through there, whether it's an up and over job or whether we can easily snake it through. But if we bring the sulfur out and up this way, we bring the coal through there, it should be fine, right? That's the theory. Thump. So we got sulfur at least on the ground level by the shore. Coffee at the ready, time to game. Lady Daisy, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Yes, indeed. Time to do both of those things. I hope you're having a good morning. Do I run the belt up there now? I'm somewhat concerned by just how many belts this is going to take and how many of the encased beams I may or may not have, because I haven't upped my concrete production, and I'm going to regret that. I'm going to regret that. Let's see if we can mostly get it where we want it to go with just the one bend. We're going to want to go up here somewhere, and then we can go across straight up, hopefully avoiding these islands because they've always got flipping bugs on them. Did I increase my copper production? I haven't just yet, no. It's on the to-do list. Upping the production of everything is greatly on my to-do list right now. We need to go over a bit more. The reason I'm building all of this stuff on foundations is there's a possibility that in the future sometime we highway this properly. But for now, belts will have to do the job because I can't be bothered setting up any further infrastructure like that. Not until we get sort of towards the end game where we're just waiting around. So if this lot comes over here, roughly. I think probably the smartest thing to do to try and keep some level of organisation whilst we do this is to actually sort of like put a jobs list on the go and say, right, we need to do this, and you know, start ticking stuff off, because otherwise the squirrels will take control, and when the squirrels take too much control, nothing happens. That's what happened yesterday when I was trying to figure out which direction we should go yesterday, and it resulted in me doing basically nothing. This is also the slight issue right now of having only one stack in the cloud. It doesn't give me much leeway for long building opportunities. We're actually going over there. So we don't need to go too much further that way before we skim it across there. Okay, so we are roughly where I want to be, that's fine. We are roughly where we want to be. If we can get sulfur in, we only need to figure out coal. I still need to get some materials to actually build the rest of the fuel-powered generators. And I've got to plug everything in, wire everything in, and make sure that we do a smooth transition between regular fuel and turbo fuel. I haven't quite 100% figured out how we're going to do that, because switching from one fuel type to another, I'm sure pipe dynamics probably don't like you mixing fluids. So we're going to have to flush some of the power. Maybe we can have them both running sort of simultaneously, bring one, I don't know, we'll figure it out. There'll be a way to switch from regular fuel to turbo fuel. That's probably could be a bit of an experience in itself, actually. Have I done all of that and then realised that the belt's on the other side? I have, haven't I? Well. Well, I did say I wanted to double foundation this anyway for the potential highway ability of it later in the day. Right, I'm scuppered on mats. Of course that was going to be the case. I'm screwed on mats. Whilst we wait for some mats to replenish, how many spheres do I have? I've got one in the bank and one in my bag. So I need one more, really? Could do with at least one more. We should get that hard drive on the go. Maybe we might have to head back home to grab some materials before we can do too much more. Upgrade our cloud situation. Maybe. Oh, I also seem to not have any fuel in my bags either. And I haven't got any fuel in the cloud either. Wow, okay. What an absolute tragic situation to be in. Yeah, because my pathetic little fuel doesn't even get me high enough to catch onto the flipping wires. Right. We're going to have to carefully navigate our way back. We got fuel over here. It's fine. We're not actually that far from home. Remind me to stick a stack in the... Stick a stack in the cloud as well. Always build some big poles with the platform. They have the same cost as the ones without. Oh right, okay, yeah. I'm with you. Yeah, okay, yeah. If they cost the same, there's not really any reason not to use them, is there? And then at least it gives you a ladder up to there. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, the non-towered ones don't really make that much sense, do they? I was just using them from force of habit. In fact, it's probably entirely extended from the fact that I'll just click on one and you know, that's how I'll get them. Hi, Beans. Good morning, Beans. Right, let's get some fuel real fast. Oops, that wasn't what I wanted. Let's put one in the cloud. I'm going to go get some more concrete and some more iron plate, because I suspect we're going to need quite a bunch of it in the not too distant future. That way, I think, is the way we're going to have to explore if we want to try and find the coal and get it through there easily. My motor factory fit perfectly in the corner outside the cave, so much that I even have leftover resources to make 8 encased beams right beside it. Nice. Set up a range of battery power packs whilst you're working on the fuel transition. Oh, that's maybe, yeah, that's a clever way to transition, I suppose, isn't it? Just build some battery backup of it. We have the, where are they? Where are they? The power storage things. These aren't overly expensive. The reality is I think I can switch between the two without too much trouble anyway. I think I've roughly figured out a way to do it. Right, bit of you. Concrete production is slow but steady. Whoa. Okay, well, we're up now. While I am here, maybe we can get the things we need for the rest of these fuel-powered generators. If I need motors times a bunch, encased beams and copper sheets are down this way somewhere. Yeah, scary low amount of these, if I'm honest. Quick wire. I had a sudden realization. I don't think I'm putting quick wire in the cloud. I think I rebuilt quick wire and I don't think I put it in the cloud. Long live Satisfactory tools where you can set the resources incoming and maximize the output. Yeah. Little tools like that are very handy. I've used that calculator already a couple of times. It's definitely worked in my favour. We put this hooning great big belt of quick wire, and we put quick wire going all the way to the base, but I don't think I ever put it in the cloud. Did I even box it? Okay. I put a big hooning great big box of it, but I never bothered putting it in the cloud. I'm cautiously not spending my spheres because I need 10 of them. I need 10 of them to do both upload and storage upgrades. But I never get close to 10 because every time I go somewhere, I like, oh, this could be useful in the cloud, and I put it in the cloud. Oh well. Didn't I have a sphere on me a minute ago? Where did I put it? Oh, I was literally just putting it back in the cloud. All right, that was a whoopsie moment. Out of you, into you. Right, quick wire, now inputting into the cloud. Beautiful. Yes, there we go. At 30 per minute, it takes ages to put an entire flipping stack in their mind, but what are you going to do? Anything else? That, we can just research that hard drive. Is there any research that I still need to do that requires hard drives? Or am I safe to unlock all of the ones I find now? See, we're entering squirrel territory again. I have these drifting thoughts that seem to steal my brain every once in a while. And I could do to better protect myself from those, really. I think from a research perspective now, other than upgrading SAM stuff, Caterium is programmable splitters, 100 AI things, 50 computers, 50 big boy frames. I don't think I really need programmable splitters they're useful, but I don't think I'm going to unlock them yet. Homing rifle ammo. I don't even think I've unlocked the rifle yet. That's a sulfur thing, isn't it? This is one of the trees I've been slacking on, to be honest, and it is actually hindering my ability to easily go and explore the zone. I could do with getting the rifle. We need the smokeless black powder. I vaguely remember smokeless black powder being a bottleneck for me, because I couldn't quite figure it out. Oh, rocket fuel does actually require 100 turbo fuels and a hard drive to research. And so does ionized fuel. I don't think we're going to be unlocking ionized fuel anytime soon. But unlocking rocket fuel... We haven't even set up turbo fuel, and I'm contemplating unlocking rocket fuel. Maybe once we got turbo fuel up and running, we can unlock rocket fuel. And then I'll cry at all of the effort I put into turbo fuel because I want to change it again. It will be the way. Will definitely be the way. I need to set up like an ammunitions factory at some point as well. At the moment, I'm mostly just running around handcrafting all of this shit whenever I need it, but smokeless powder was the one that put a hamstring on my progress, I think. And I can't remember why. I need black powder. Oh, yeah, this is why I wanted to bring in... Yes, now it all starts to make sense. This is why I wanted to bring in yet more coal and sulfur than we needed for turbo fuel, because then I can use some of it to also make the black powder. And if I'm doing it near my refining area, then I can borrow some bonus heavy oil, and we can make the smokeless black powder, and we can just slam that in the cloud, and then that is going to make my further ammo production and all of that sort of business. Yeah, okay, so this is coming. This is also one of the reasons to get turbo fuel up and running. Yes, it's all starting to make sense now. Right, let's grab another stack of rubber, and then let's head back over We need more rubber than that. We also don't have rubber or plastic in the cloud, which is 2 other reasons for me to use spheres. Ugh! I need to collect spheres more frequently. Tiers of the alt recipes and the hard drives go up when you unlock new machines. Oh, does it? Oh, okay. I've still got a couple unlocked that I haven't claimed yet. The exploration and collection of spheres and hard drives and slugs and all that sort of stuff, I really haven't put much of any effort into yet. There's too many distracting squirrels of like progression-based stuff keeping me. I still haven't gone and picked up that slug, for example, and it's literally just right there. It's literally right there. And I see this damn slug every day. That's a big old bee nest, though, so we'll slowly ease our way to the big old bee nest. I really want my new graphics card. I want to be able to turn on ray tracing and still get frames. I really want to be able to turn ray tracing on in this game. It looks incredible already, but like with ray tracing, this game just goes silly. Ray tracing in proper Luna. When talking about the new graphics cards recently, I've frequently been sort of questioned, why the hell do you need a new graphics card when you just play WoW? And I'm like, well, for one, WoW isn't the potato engine. Can't be run on a potato anymore like it used to. And 2, because I do actually play other games. And I've always been, unfortunately, I've always been a bit of a snob for graphical fidelity. I used to sell TVs way back in the day. I used to work for Sony. There's a level of, you know, graphical and audio fidelity that I just appreciate. And in that scenario, there's never enough. Never, ever enough. You can never have enough frames. You can never have enough beauty. Why am I here? We picked up the things for the fuel power generators. Let's place them down. Let's get rid of that shopping list. And then we'll go back and do sulfur because we picked up some more materials for stuff. I think I put some fuel in the cloud. Did I put a stack in the cloud? I did, yeah. We'll be able to switch all of that out to turbo fuel as well soon. How far did I get? Not clearly far enough. Surface uneven. Oh, we need more. Need more floor. Rip from my recent supply of foundations, but what you can do? That looks too far over. No, the hole is meant to be in the middle there. That's right. Is that how it is? Yeah, the hole's in the middle of the thing. Sony's on my boycott list since the XCP rootkit thing. Yeah, I can never give them a permanent pass, but there is some areas of technology where they have always excelled in. Now, I'll fight anybody because Sony TVs, for example, have always been expensive, and that's been their biggest problem, always. Sony TVs have always been expensive, which has only ever worked against them. But at the very same time, for a long time, they were without question some of the best TVs on the market, without question. Now, I'm not going to say that's the same today, because companies like LG are absolutely killing it in the TV market these days. I know everybody loves a good Samsung, but I worked in that industry for long enough to have not so rosy opinions of Samsung as a company in general. Samsung are the absolute masters at marketing. Oh boy, can they market a product. Yes, sirree, they can market a product. But when it comes to quality, they might look alright to begin with, but they don't last you very long. Generally using much lower tier components. Might produce the same initial quality, but for how long was always my issue with Samsung. This is what makes me giggle about all of this NVIDIA DLSS fake frames mumbo jumbo. It makes me giggle because it's exactly the same arguments that are just like history's repeating. If you worked in the TV industry like 10-15 years ago, you'll have remembered that when LCD TVs were competing against plasma TVs, 600 hertz 600 hertz plasma TVs and the new thing, and frame generation was being talked about, and it was like, oh my god, now we're just getting the same thing in graphics cards over a decade later. I fully understand that generating frames from 2D images is relatively straightforward compared to generating frames on full three-dimensional graphics engines, which is why, NVIDIA has taken this long to get it working properly. But oh my days, it's the exact same arguments, exact same complaints that I heard like 10 years ago in the TV market. It was funny. I just want a dumb TV. The irony is that, yeah, I like a screen that just looks good. I mean, it's no secret I've got quite a nice TV in the background, but like this thing has nearly all of the fancy stuff turned off on it. I try to run it like as neutral as possible. The only issue is yes, it does predominantly run Netflix, or if I totally 100% legally acquire a movie, for example, I will get it in the best quality I possibly can and run it through a network. But I don't do all of that too often. To go back to my previous statement, I am a bit of a stickler for quality. You're a rich top streamer, you can easily afford a few 5090 Ti's. Wow, I wish. One day. We'll get there. We'll get there. I mean, for reference, I'm still earning less money than I did working for Sony over 15 years ago. So the passion, enjoyment I get from doing this is the reason I do it. If I wanted to do something that made me lots of money, I would not be doing this. But who can turn down the opportunity to play games even for a partial living, Just finished one hell of a kind twink piece of gear I was missing. What's this one? Let's check. Let's scout this character out. Let's see what's going on with this. Level 11 Orc Sanguino. Spanish realm, right? Pretty sure that's the Spanish realm. English, please. Definitely Spanish. Rust-resistant ring. Heavy-duty calibrated gear. That's it's definitely a twinked out tune for sure. Is item level 60 now the potential twink gear levels? Yeah, that's gonna solo most time walking dungeons, I'd imagine. Time walking drops level 60, item level 60 for level 11s, okay. It's yeah. Gonna be a good little character to level up some alts with. What we got in here? +3 gem stats and everything. Other bits and bobs, I don't know. It looks cool. Looks very impressive. I kind of I've on a few occasions done some bits and pieces to work towards getting like twink characters, but kind of soon as I get a character that's kind of reasonably geared, the bar moves again, and then I go back to it 6 months later and it's behind the curve and doesn't perform as well because they've changed something again, and I'm like, oh, flipping hell. Right, so I need to get both the coal and the coal and the sulfur here-ish, because it needs to split through these, right? These are taking coal and sulfur and they're making the compacted coal. And there's enough of these, and I've split them into two because we've got our refineries in 2 rows. So coal and sulfur here-ish somewhere. I might put a few storage tanks of it here as well because I want to do some other bits and pieces with it. The smokeless powder and whatever. We'll probably use that in this sort of area. But looks like we're running across there somewhere. So let's get that finished now that we know roughly where we're shooting for. And let's get at least one of the materials in. Then we can figure out how the flipping hell we get the coal over here. It's too foggy. Do I make a guess? It's about here. I'm going to make a guess it's about here. It's too foggy, I can't see, but this will do. We can move it if we need to. Ah, this looks about right. Oh, that's not about right. That's nearly bang on perfect, you know. Right. Here we go. Right, so we can bring our 2 materials into here, and then we can do some stuff with it, and then feed it through these. And that, once we actually run all the belts and the pipes and put some power lines in place, will be turbo fuel almost ready to get up and running. Okay. Let's go explore coal for a minute. Let me quickly... I've also just suddenly realised I don't think I have any flipping ammo in my rebar gun or nothing. Yeah, I've literally no ammo in my rebar gun. Flippity doodah. See if I can make a handful before we run away. Oh no, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Don't I have an equipment workshop down here? Well, no time like the present. I like me the shatter rebar, you know. This is a firm favourite of mine right now. Welcome in, Jack. Good morning, good morning. Coffee Stain Studio stream was disappointing yesterday. I didn't actually watch it. I had IRL stuff I needed to go sort, so I didn't actually watch it, but I kind of got the sense very quickly that it wasn't really going to be much of anything either way. You missed nothing. Oh, fair enough. The, yeah, they've lost their old CM, haven't they? So... clearly in transition with what the hell's going on. It intrigues me to why the community manager would leave so soon after the 1.0 launch. You would think that would like be the inflection point really for where being a community manager would start paying off. But yeah, you never know what's going on behind the scenes. What else was I looking for here? Do we have sufficient gas not the gas mask, the filters? I don't have the ability to make the filters anyway because I'm out of Oh, this is another thing we're going to have to do at some point soon, TM, is fix the situation that we're just sinking all of this polymer resin right now. We should probably be doing something with this before sinking it all, but I just haven't got round to doing anything with it, and it's easier to sink it all now and worry about it later. But this can give us more plastic, this can give us more rubber, and as I've just found out, more importantly, it can also give us... It can give us cloth, or whatever the cloth is called in this game. Is it called cloth? Fabric, sorry, fabric. Taking some of it, just adding water to it, and hey presto, you've got fabric all of a sudden. Love that. You're squirreling again? I know I'm squirreling again, but it keeps reminding me of these things I do need to get to, and do need to do. Never played WoW, but the way you talk about it might consider me playing the game. This is kind of shooting myself in the foot from a content creator perspective, but I really don't think World of Warcraft is a very good game to get into these days. It's a game that is absolutely crowded with people that have played it for a decade plus. It doesn't seem very friendly to new players in any way, shape or form these days. Partly, I mean, that is partly the community, and it's also partly the fact that the end game systems of, you know, it's just not user friendly to get into. The irony is if you are going to start playing WoW, I'd probably actually play Classic rather than Retail. Retail's just arcade mode. It's just real arcade mode now. Then again, you can probably dip into it. You can dip into it. You can probably have a blast for a month or two and then put it down. Treat it like a regular game rather than an MMO. Community's pretty sweaty. I think most inner communities for any games get pretty sweaty, but yeah, WoW ends up getting unnecessarily competitive. Unnecessarily competitive in a scenario where it really doesn't make sense for it to be unnecessarily competitive either, which is kind of confusing. When you play games like League of Legends, or you look at games like Fortnite or CSGO or like whatever, they're games that somewhat make sense to be hyper competitive, at least at the top end. World of Warcraft has never made any sense to be hyper competitive, since there's no like real esports to it particularly. Mythic Plus is something that you're a bit like Marmite, you either love it or you hate it. It's a bit weird. it's very difficult to even look at World of Warcraft through new player eyes when you've played it for 20 years, though. So you have a lot of stuff to farm, do, etc. But if you want to go heavy, the gap is massive. It's kind of like it has easy entry too, but the learning curve gets quite steep, I think. I don't know. It, like I said, it's probably worth playing for a month or two to see if it grabs you, but be aware that at least retail is not really an RPG, nor really is it an MMO. It's kind of very, very, very arcadey these days, but people don't always agree with my take on things, so... Explaining to my new player wife all the timelines and why she can't see certain NPCs without talking to a separate NPC to fix the phasing is a bit annoying. It's a game that is being developed and being created by people who have played the game themselves and developed the game for a long time, which means that they're often blind to what new players see, I think, a lot. It's a very aging community in World of Warcraft now. You don't get so many like late teenagers running around screaming and shouting. Instead it's 25 to 30-year-olds screaming and shouting. It's kind of a bit weird. It's an interesting crew, let's put it that way. Ginny, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. I say this as, you know, somebody who has played the game for 20 years. Is about as aged and as veteran as you can get in playing the game. Duration-wise, at least, anyway. If not skill-wise. Can I just blast these with one of these and have them go away? Kind of hoping that one shot of those would make it go away. Because if you sneak up to a beehive, they don't wake up. But what happens if I... Oh, okay. If I get real close and shoot it, it's just a one shot. Now I've woke him up. I hate bees. Can't say I like the WoW community nowadays. Retail is toxic as fuck for the most part of it. Classic and hardcore is more friendly, but pretty much everybody there, you have to be the best and as fast as possible mindset. This is Classic's problem. Classic's problem is the more RPG, the more MMO of the two games, in my opinion. But the game has been solved, right? This is the thing. This is the problem with Classic. The game has been solved. There's no secrets with Classic anymore. Everybody knows what the hell's going on with Classic. And that does tend to mean the players that are frequently playing the game know everything there is possible to know. There's not that much that there is to know in Classic, which is kind of why a lot of people expect you to know it all. Even though that kind of mindset is very, very difficult to get to grips with for new players. Because when you don't know, you know, until you know, you don't know. It's not rocket science, but due to the fact that there's not a huge amount to know, the expectation is that you very quickly should know it all. Which can be difficult. A bonus Xeno Zapper? Sure. I have no flipping clue where this coal is. I was really hoping that running through here would be quick and easy and hey presto, there's coal. I have been here before though. Which makes me think this is the cave and maybe the coal... I don't know. I'm going to try and go a slightly different route. Because I reckon this is the inner way. And if we go up and over... If we go up and over, we might find the coal a bit faster. Now, that's not going to help me getting it back to where I need it to be, but... If we can bring it down here somehow... how do I easily get up there? I hate doing like foundation hopping. I like to try and use the terrain where possible. Just a quirk of mine. Also gives you a good excuse to learn the map. You're in a one-way cave. Yeah, I kind of think that's a dead-end situation, which is why... Whoa, hello! Shit, that bed. Where did you come from? Did you just zoom yourself off the map? Oh, no, you zoomed me off the map. Holy. Where did you go? Alright, well, we'll leave you be. You're clearly pissed at something. So if we go over this way, this feels more like where I should expect to find not just bacon, but hopefully some coal. Loads of bacon. Bacon shrooms for days. Bauxite? Random ass spot of bauxite? Aha, okay. Coal. There's the coal we need. So we're going to need to bring it up here, weave it through there a little bit. This is going to be grim. I wonder if just going up really high, going straight across and going down, completely ignoring terrain is probably the way to do this, isn't it? Now, for now, we need the pure one. This one. There's an impure one as well next door, but we need the pure one. That's the one we're after. There definitely doesn't appear to be a way through this that I missed. Yeah, we'll just do the old up and over approach, I reckon. If we slug this, we should be able to get equal amounts as we do sulfur from way down here right now. That's a pure node as well, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, right, some foundations. One thing I didn't think about is power. I have half a sky bridge in here already. Where's that come from? Where's that come from? Can I repurpose this sky bridge? In fact, I think I am absolutely going to repurpose that sky bridge, since it's already there. Slugging will get you 600. Yeah, if I fully slug it, there's up to 600 from here, so this should be absolutely fine. Not only for our current turbo fuel needs, but any future needs as well. Mark II miner. Spin you around that way. I think we're gonna box some of this up to begin with. not the biggest of fans of using like buffers all the time, but it does smooth out randomness. Let's whack you there. Now, this belt isn't capable of dealing with 600, so it is going to have to be something we're going to come back to later in the day. But let's put a slug in there, same as the other, so that's 360. That should be plenty for now. Then we need to figure out how to get you lot up north. This NVIDIA roller coaster's a fun ride right now. Didn't they lose like $500 billion or something like in a day? I don't know. Lost 10k when DeepSeek was announced. Logged back in to check and it's back up 3k. Well, the stock market will do that, doesn't it? The stock market, like, you have panics, you know, panic spikes. Oh shit, something that we didn't expect is happening. Quick sell. And then it tanks it. And then when people are like, oh, well, maybe this isn't the... You know, maybe this isn't the end of the world. Come on, you've played World of Warcraft long enough. You've seen how the economy plays out in WoW. The irony of all ironies is that the real stock market is not that different. It's not that different at the end of the day. Right, what we are going to need is we're going to need a funky donkey. What I should probably do is line this up to make it easier to do as well. I don't know what I think, because I can't remember how this works particularly. I don't want it coming out smack bang in the middle of a flip-in. I want it, okay. Because if we go... big old 4 meter jobby, and we vertical it, and we go up. And then every stack we go like that. No. And then we put a hole in it in the middle. We're going to probably... where's me hypertubes? Is it in transport? Hypertubes. Run that up the middle of the wall as well. Impure 30 per minute, normal 60, pure 120. Mark II miners double the output. Okay, yeah, okay, that's handy, yeah. $570 billion in a day, but keep in mind their stock was already insanely high. This is it. This is it. Like, there's I'm not saying Nvidia was a bubble, but I do have my opinions on the stock on the stock prices of these companies that are pushing AI right now. I think it takes somebody like China to come in and be a disruptor. You need disruptors in these sorts of markets. As it stands right now, there's a bit of a monopoly. Even though it's not a monopoly, it feels like a monopoly. It's an American monopoly. In ultimate terms, meaning that it feels very much like this is something that could severely be manipulated to line their pockets, which, surprise, surprise, it has done very well so far. I could have really done with bringing power here to begin with. Always forget to bring power. Now, part of me questions if I've got power knocking around here somewhere anyway. I actually think I do. Question is, would you look at that? I knew I had power somewhere. Power. Tower. Can I build that here? Oh, I didn't connect it. What a donut. I smell bees. Oh yeah, platform tower, you're right. Platform towered. Oh, I haven't turned it into an entrance. Right, go, go, gadget, go. The bigger you are, the harder you fall. It's very true. We had monopoly on the internet here back in the days. Prices were huge. Thankfully, many more ISPs have stepped in over the years, and now it's fine. The thing I'm most worried about isn't really Nvidia. It's the thought that by the time this Gen AI butler comes around, us regular folks won't be able to afford it anyway because it will cost more than your house, because all these tech companies will need to recoup this insane investment. I've had this thought about AI for a little while, that like, since it seems to be very, very America-centric dominated, and this tends to have the implication of massive numbers being thrown around, but simultaneously people somehow getting very rich, which means that I don't really think all of this money that's being thrown around is really being spent very efficiently. It seems a little bit too coincidental that people are turning into billionaires over AI already. Like, well, sure. But simultaneously, it's causing, without any real significant overseas competition, e.g. China, it's kind of making it look very much like it's acting like a monopoly would. So this is where competition works in everybody's favour. It forces the people who had that monopoly previously to, well, quite simply do a better job. And as far as the end consumer is concerned, it, in theory, should make the product more affordable, which is kind of the goal, right? perfectly aligned to there, but we'll live with it. We'll take the platforms out when they are not needed anymore. I have massive GPUs for my work, and I'm in a situation where I cannot upgrade, really. Problem is, an entry-level good GPU costs you 600 euros now, not 300 euros like it did a few years ago. In fact, you can buy a decent second-hand car for cheaper than you can a high-end GPU right now, which is a real problem. Some early provisional prices started falling onto Finnish websites yesterday for the 5090 range. And some of them, I don't think I found a 5090 for less than 2,500 euros. Which, when they were announced, the 5090 founders cards are $2,000. Now, dollars and euros, for all intensive purposes, are basically the same these days. So there's a 500 euro minimum Finnish tax on top of the price. Probably, you know, for that third-party company to put their cooler on it and to then rebox it and resell it, and that's basically the minimum price. Best part of a 500 euro tax just on that, which is wild. 1,300 euros for a 5080, basically bare minimum. Which, yeah, I think is problematic. I'm hoping that that what used to be the midpoint, like a 5070, is going to be the midpoint. It looks like the low end now, but that's because they're releasing the 5090, the 5080, the 5070 Ti, and then the 5070. So the 5070 looks like the low end, but it will obviously be the midpoint for most. I think there's more pressure on the midpoint pricing these days, which is good. With Nvidia releasing the 5070 or advertising it for $550, that I think has had caused AMD to go, oh shit, we can't charge 800, 900 euros for these. We're going to have to be competitive on price. So I think that midpoint range is getting more competitive. But yeah, if you need anything above midpoint, or even, you know, if you need anything even remotely powerful, you are getting absolutely shafted on price these days. Which, you know, I look at it from a gaming perspective. It's bad news for like PC gaming in general. PC gamers want nothing more than graphics cards to be affordable, because without a decent graphics card, you're not. Especially with games being really poorly optimized these days, because they are rushed out faster than you can blink. The second that they have a minimum viable product, quick, get it out. It's got to get. Wow, how have I put them the wrong way around? Flipping out. Soon as there's that minimum viable product, it's gone. It's out the door. Wait, how's... Okay. I want them to all be the right way around so they look neat and tidy. This is taking me a lot longer to do, but I'm not very savvy at building these big tall towers yet. I'm hoping it's all connected up properly. It looks like it kind of is. Let's go to the next level. Right, we do need to keep going. shit. I think the main question investors are asking Nvidia now is why the hell did you want billions when it could have been done for millions? Like I said, it seems a little bit too convenient to me personally. Not that I like to get too philosophical on this sort of stuff generally, but it seems a little bit too suspicious to me that we've had AI billionaires made already. Like, how can some people have been making literally billions of dollars off AI so far when it's not even really properly been created yet? Like, it screams misspending of funds. All of the investment money seems to be slowly filtering into people's pockets, not actually into into a product that is being bettered. Okay, well that one is on wrong, isn't it? So that one needed fixing. I think one of the best examples of a very, very, very successful... I mean, when you look at Google, for example, right? Obviously, Google has their issues these days. I'm not saying they're perfect by any means, but Google went the approach of that we're going to develop this technology, and the way that we're going to develop this technology and the way that we're going to establish ourselves as the market leader in this technology is we are going to give it to consumers for free. Now, obviously, this was what I'm referring to, how Google sort of stole the internet in regards. But when you make it cheap and affordable for consumers, let's not forget that through the entire time, anything Google was still very expensive for business. You can charge business companies whatever they're flipping out, because if they want it, they'll buy it. But you got to make that shit affordable for consumers. And they made Google free for everybody. Why do you think Gmail is the #1 email service in the world? It's not because it's better than the others. It's because it's free. Right? It's quite simple. And I think this whole AI system, they've tried to cash cow the whole thing from the word go. They've tried to cash cow it through development. They've tried to make it remarkably expensive for nearly everybody to use and consume from the very word go, in a very, dare I say it, Americanized way of doing things. And it's backfired, and is backfiring. It's backfiring because somebody has come along and produced a similar but also viable product by the looks of things for a fraction of the end consumer price. Boom. 6 mil for deep search sounds very... Oh yeah, I mean that's clear. That's without question not equally an accurate number. Clearly not an accurate number, but it's still literally a single percent compared to like the rival. And China being China will never feel any need to prove their claims. Hotmail's better than Outlook and is free as well. I've unfortunately just always used Gmail for that same reason, really, that it kind of, I mean, it's free and it works, and I don't need it to be fancy. So for my purposes, Gmail's always been absolutely fine. Gmail was the I don't want Microsoft to have my data alternative back in the day. I don't know. Business still used Outlook like 99% of the time, it felt. Yeah, Android definitely helps, though. There's no denying that. We are nearly high enough. Oh, is that uranium over there? It's going to get sketchy building over that platform as well, isn't it? I technically could have already woven it through there, but in finding half a sky bridge here already, I thought let's probably utilize that and go across. I'm really hoping that I've connected this all up right, because this is going to be a pain in the ass to fix if I haven't. We're already significantly higher than I expected to go with this. Should I hook it up just to at least check that it's doing what I think it should be doing? Let's see if we actually get coal all the way to the top. I switched at the end of 2022 from Google Chrome to Microsoft Edge, and I love Edge, especially with Copilot. It's really handy. Vertical tabs is a game changer. One thing I've wanted to do for a while, because I have 3 screens predominantly for streaming purposes, obviously game in the middle, I have like my Twitch dashboard and stuff open over here, and I have you guys, chat, and OBS on this side. I've kind of wanted for quite a while to take the 2 outer screens and make them vertical. Now vertical tabs would be an interesting play if I then put my screens in portrait. That could be an interesting twist. I didn't even realise vertical tabs were a thing. Right, well, let's just go that high then. Since that is the sky bridge we've already got established. I need what do you call it? I need an old hypertube floor hole. There we go. Right, there's my public transport. Can I get up there with a single boost? Can we get up there with a single boost? Oh, just skin of our teeth. Right. Now we can zoop our ass over that way. And then do the same thing down on the other side. That was a challenge and a half to get here in the first place. Oh, let's ensure that we have a hypertube thing going on here. Is that aligned? No, of course it's not. Right, that'll blast us that way. We can have this coming out here. And there's our belt going out. And if everything has worked to plan, we should be getting some coal on the end of this belt. Come to me, my pretty. Ta-da! Coal. Beautiful stuff. Right. By the way, 7 parts until the train deadline. Oh, you guys are insistent on this train shenanigans, aren't you? We'll get trains at some point, don't you worry. I mean, I'm going to be honest. This is actually the least. You can't blame me for doing this. This was not train worthy. This little maneuver we're pulling here, this was not train worthy. Oh my god, if that is lined up with that, I am an absolute genius. Oh no, that's the wrong thing. There's another one over there, isn't it? Oh, boo hiss. Alright, well, we'll get it over this way. We'll get it down to planet Earth again. And then we'll navigate it near where it needs to go. Hey, we're not far now. We're not far. Completed phase 3 last night. I'm close to getting my train before you. Yeah, see, the difference is you seem to want trains. I proactively don't want trains. You look nasty. You look like you stepped in some goo, and not just stepped in it, but rolled around in it and all. You do not scream friendly. That's the Iranian beast. He would ruin my day, I think. Although there is some heavy frame. There's 2 stacks of heavy frames over there. Tempted to go kill him just to steal those. At what point are we going to go down? Maybe a little bit more. There's definite vertigo looking over the edge of this. I'm not bothered by heights, but I apologise for any of you that might be watching this, seeing me do this and having a near heart attack. I've always wondered how people who have vertigo deal with video games. Yeah, that's kind of where we need to get it. That's where we're aiming. The radioactive pigs are not friendly at all. They take a lot to die. You just nuke the shit out of it, right? Isn't that the favourable way to get rid of them? Just nuke the crap out of them. This is going to be 2 rows though, because we're going to. It's 2 rows because we're probably going to run a hypertube along the whole thing anyway. I want to be able to come from somewhere easy. I mean, there's a theory I might even run this all the way over to the base again, but we'll see how enthusiastic I get with that hypertube. One hole left? Right, okay. Was about to be happy for your channel tunnel achievement. English and French both dug their tunnel and met up in the middle at exactly the right elevation and size. Did they really? Did they both come from both directions? How the hell did they figure that out? That's clever. And as the person with vertigo, yes, I get it in games. Oh, really? Okay. So my sky bridges are giving you the heebie-jeebies right now. I apologise. While I apologise, I'm not going to do anything about it. No. I'm nice, but not that nice. I'm nice, but I'm not a sucker. Can this just go like an... Oh, pipe too long. World first problems when your pipe's too long. Hey, guys. Right, you go there. There. They were about 50 centimeters out when they met under the channel. That's crazy. That's a level of engineering that I can't even understand. But I appreciate the skill involved in doing something like that. It's not too bad watching you nearly fall off, but when I was playing it myself, I'd be feeling that in my seat right now. That's really interesting. I guess I don't really get like motion sickness either, particularly. And I know people struggle with that in video games quite often. You know what is going to be a problem here? The severe lack of belt materials I have. My belts are going to run out. My belts are going to run out, like, right now. And we haven't even got halfway there yet. I'm tempted to save scum it and just go and try and steal this. Has the piggy gone? Has the piggy despawned? Oh no, he's still there, look. He's still there. Do you reckon we can just nuke his ass? I've got 11 nukes. Do you reckon we can just nuke his ass? This is worth a save game, innit? When was our last autosave? Oh, 1 minute ago. Falling in WoW makes my stomach tingle. The acceleration is spot on. Really? Okay. Okay. It would help if I hit him. Okay, that one. Okay. I have imminent problems. Okay, yeah, they're not going to be fun, are they? Both radiation and him ramming my ass and my inability to use nukes. Okay, I suspected as much. That's why we saved it. That's why we saved it. Bought a nice new VR only to find out it makes me motion sick, so I can only play and do the static stuff with it. Oh, that kind of like massively defeats the object, right? Oh, I've never bothered with VR. It doesn't appeal to me at all. I have no desire to do VR stuff. I kind of think VR was much like, and I still kind of think VR is very much like, you know, the 3D TV craze. It's one of those that will come and go every 10 years. I'm not convinced of the everlasting nature of VR, unfortunately. If you are a VR enjoyer, then fair play to you, but like it's not my thing at all. Chilida, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. Good to see you. Is this about where we're going to call it a... Yeah, this is where we're going to start going down, I reckon, now. So if we put one there, we're going to start going down here. So I need to... So we need some tall boys. I'm going to go zoop mode in the vertical. Zoop as far as we can zoop. One of those there. And we've got a floor hole there. Wang this in the middle. Oh no, wait, shit, hang on, it's on this side, isn't it? Ow, flippin' Nora. Flippity, flippity, flippity Noras. Okay. Undo, undo, reverse, reverse. I've put it in the wrong spot. Right, get rid of you. We ballsed up. We did a boo-boo. This is the side that's got the belt on it, isn't it? That's the side with the belt on it. So we need the floor hole in here. And then we need to zoop down from here. Something like that. Certain movies work well in VR? Really? You can watch movies in VR? I've never even considered that, to be honest. I like the idea of buying a single VR headset instead of 10 IRL screens. Oh, that's sort of true. Project your entire workstation and everybody can have that sphere screen thing, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that like I said, it's one of those things that I think is a technology that will come around once every so while, or once every, I don't know, 10 years or so, with a new influx of updates and stuff, and it'll be, you know, the fancy schmancy thing all over again. But as far as I'm concerned right now, I still kind of think that VR is a bit of a, it's cool, but it's not for me sort of situation. Oh, do I not have a... Do I not have a... Not a pipe one, a... Where's it gone? Is it transport? We need a wall hole and a floor hole. How are these any different? That can be a 5. Have you had this incredible fog the last couple of days? It was almost silly here. Yeah, it's been super duper mega foggy. Literally, like, almost impossible to see what the hell's going on at all level fog. Yeah, it's been pretty wild the last few days. Well, yesterday specifically. Let's connect this up. I guess we put you here. And then you go... Oh, okay, you need to go back a little bit. We'll just do that. Pipe is an invalid shape. Noodle it then. Noodly noodlies. Zoop. Right, okay. We're zooping in. We're zooping down. No, we're meant to be... No. Oh, no, what have I done? I'm zooping down the wrong... Oh, it'll do. It'll do. It's fine. Right. We're zooping down this wall. Are we going to snag a rock at any point? Hopefully not. that. You go down here. You can tell I'm so not practiced doing this sort of stuff. It's still takes me a long time to figure out what the hell's going on here. That's clearly not going to be aligned right, is it? Is that in the middle? Ah, it's good enough. My OCD can live with that. Are we now ready to go 10 of these down again? I don't know how I see that to do it. We're going over it. I'm now starting to appreciate just how ridiculous the mega builds that you see people do in this game is. The amount of time it's taken me to just like run this coal over here is bananas. Now, admittedly, I'm clearly not doing it particularly very efficiently, but like, this is wild. This is running one ass belt somewhere. These floor foundations, by the way, I can technically take these away and the whole thing just works. But I need them there to begin with, I think, for the for alignment purposes. No, shit, undo that one. Then again, I can imagine most people are not as finicky about getting things right as I am. I annoy myself if I don't get things aligned properly. I bet there's some people that just fucking whack it in and it's done, right? Whack it in as long as it works, GG. I wonder if I didn't set the coal to connect in at the top, or whether I've made a massive boo-boo and this isn't working. I guess we'll find out. Where do we next navigate to? Over here, maybe. You're making art or something? It does, yeah, it doesn't feel too artistic right now. I am well aware that there are some people who play this game who will frown heavily upon what I'm doing right now by just using foundations and not following the... Oh, what was that fancy word I used yesterday to describe this? Not using the natural lay of the lands. Topology? I think that's a word. Once again, I apologise if I've made that up, but... You didn't connect the coal at the top. Okay, well, hopefully that's why it's not working. So you will go in the middle. Once we get down, we can run it across the beach there and across there, and then finally that will be both coal and sulfur to our power plant. Hopefully. Let's hop over here real quick, put a floor in there temporarily, delete you, run our pipe down the wall, and we move on again. Not too many more layers to go by the looks of things. Get the hole in the floor. I hate your floating foundations. Yeah. See, this is one of the things that I know some people will get triggered by. I'm very aware of the fact that my sky bridges will trigger people to no end. That using the natural terrain is the aforementioned way of doing it. I kind of agree, but there's also part of me that's like, if I try and actually follow the lay of the land, I'll be here for a month just making one thing. Which I would rather make something that sort of does the job but is not too offensive. You know, happy mediums. Was that the floor? Are we nearly touching the floor? That's one thing I don't gauge very well in this game. Actual height of things. No, that's not where I wanted it to be. Can you imagine how long it would have taken me to do this, though, if I tried to weave the belt all the way through here some sort of natural way? I'd have been here forever. Okay, we are relatively close to ground earth now. Let's figure out then just where we go next. Because if we can bring it across from here, I reckon. Now, there is some sort of aesthetical fixes we could do to all of these. You know, putting pillars and stuff on them to make them look a little bit more like they belong. Which is probably going to be a wise move. Right, down here, boom, straight out. Is it this one? Connection made. Beautiful. Sort of. Sort of. Okay, we have at least we have Belt down on ground zero. At least it looks neat and tidy though, right? It might be industrial, but at least I think it looks neat and tidy. I think it looks alright anyway. And I'm the one that really matters. That's going to be quite, yeah, going down that head first. Holy, that's going to be a slide and a half, isn't it? Sheesh. That's going to be one hell of a slide. I've run out of concrete beams again. Ran out of flipping beams. Now the question is how far do I take this hypertube? This goes all the way to where the coal is being produced. How far do I actually want to take this? You know what I didn't do is make this stop in the middle. I should have put a junction in the middle, shouldn't I? So that I can be at the top of this bridge at some point. Well, that was a boo-boo. Because that's just going to send me up and all the way over. And I need to get right to the very top again to connect the coal. Didn't think of that, did I? Should have thought about that. Should have put a little pit stop in the middle while we're on the top. Okay, sure. Wouldn't happen with trains. That's true, it wouldn't. I could slam a ladder in, yeah, that's probably going to be the easiest way to get back up there right now. That's a good suggestion, I like that one. Maybe we go one before the corner and one after the corner. Is that about as relatively straight a radius as we get with this sort of thing? Probably. Right, yeah, that ladder idea is actually really good. Let's go slam a ladder in on this as well. Just so that we can easily get to the top again. But all this flipping hypertube in though. I still end up doing it by hand. Hey. If you're going to do a job, half a job it first. So then you have an excuse to do it again later. Jesus, how tall is this thing? Whoa. Sorry. It's me. Uncalled for. Oh, now I'm missing iron rods even. Holy. Are we there yet? Need another 20. Building like that just works fine at first. Just don't leave it in that state till end game. Hey, it's not like I'm broadcasting this on the internet where anybody would be overly critical of me. That would never happen. Huzzah. We're there. Is it worth putting in a little cheeky junction? Oh yeah, I didn't get it. Boop. In you go. To put a junction in here, though, I'd need power up here as well, wouldn't I? That was kind of the thing I was semi-avoiding. Was having power all the way up here. Because it's not so easy to get power all the way up here. Whee! Right, but it is working though. It is working. I want to get rid of at least some of these. Difficult to do and I'm too far away. Okay, well, we got power over here. We should have a stockpile. Tier 4 belt. Let's think about this. Tier 4 belt is definitely enough. The annoyance is we are going to have to come and upgrade all of this to tier 5 belt. Or maybe even tier 6 belt. Or whatever top tier belt there is. I think we can squeeze a lot more resources out of here eventually, which we might, depending on if we scale fuel any further. But this with just a single slug in right now is fine. We can live with that. That works. Can I relatively easily get power up there to put a junction in? I don't think I can, nor do I really think I need to particularly get back up there. So I think this is probably fine for us to connect it in now. Pipe up is a bit slow. I'm looking forward to the other side of the pipe going down it head first. That's going to be quite the experience. Mark 5 is 720 belts. Mark 6 is 1200. Holy. That's some fast belt. Right, head first. Oh! We speed up down there. And then we stop. I think our guts would be scrambled if we came out of that quite as quick as we did there. Woof. Right, okay. I'm going to need more. I'm going to need more concrete. We should actually bring that hypertube, thinking about it, up to this station here. That would be a slightly smarter move, because then this links back to the home base. I don't need it to go all the way over to there, do I? It's better if it comes here. Yeah, I need to go back and get some more concrete beams so that we're going to be able to actually belt all of the rest of this in. My mediocre supply in the cloud isn't going to cut it anymore, unfortunately. Can you swim? Create a giant water slide? be catapulted out into the water. There are what people have made what they refer to as hypertube launchers, which, yeah, you can basically put a bunch of hypertube entrances that give you that big power boost in a row, and you can blast yourself up. And if you put a little ramp at the end of the hypertube, you can shoot yourself basically into space. It's what a lot of players use to get from like literally one side of the map to the other super fast. If you wanted to get from over here to over here, you could set up a blaster and it could just rocket you all the way over there. Now, of course, once you've got jetpack and stuff, you can always land safely. We'll explore those at some point. Why was I here? We wanted concrete beams. I call them concrete beams. Are they concrete beams? There's no concrete beams in here. Well, that's wrong. Oh, look at the absolute tragic supply of concrete. Well, I knew this was going to be I knew this was going to be a problem eventually. I didn't realize that eventually would be now. We're making like 3 beams a minute. Oh dear. We need to increase our concrete supply. That, worryingly, is also going to mean that my... Does that also mean that my concrete supply over here is dead? Oh, no, we've got like tiddly pathetic belt speed business on the go. Which doesn't help things. So it's not that I don't have concrete, I just haven't got concrete where I need it. Oh, what's going on there? What kind of donkeys did that? Why did I speed up this part of the belt, but not the rest of the belt? I mean, that technically is bringing 60 per minute. As slow as it looks, it is technically bringing 60 per minute. And the only... Oh, then it's being split. 30 per minute's going up that way. So this should still be getting 30 per minute. How much does this flipping need? 36 per minute. Oh, maybe we just have never produced these at really much of a reliable speed. And I'm only now finding out about it as I'm placing loads and loads of belts. Okay. It'll be alright. We'll unlock tier 5 belts before too long. Well, there's some concrete for starters. There's 100 encased beams in the cloud. Is it just that I'm absolutely shredded my stockpile of these? Why does this say there's nothing in it? Why does it say there's nothing in it? There's 100 there. It's not able to put any more in because there's enough in the cloud. Why does it say the container's completely empty? One's going in. Wait, what? Why does it say the container's completely empty when the rest of it's seemingly back? Huh? Is it just that there's some on this belt? Have I caught it right at the moment where there's literally nothing in it? Okay. That needs fixing. Can't believe I'm handcrafting belts at 60, 70 hours into the game. I'm handcrafting belts. all of this to get turbo fuel on the go. Lordy, lordy, lord. Right, let's just assume from this point on it's fine. Yeah, I want sulfur and I want coal there. We're so close now. We're so close. That means we can start hooking up and sort of slowly turning on turbo fuel. The weird thing is we're going to do all of this and it won't feel like there's any form of sense of achievement because it won't unlock anything new or cool for us. It'll just give us more power, which is an achievement in itself, but is not technically something I was short of anyway. This is the weird thing about building your power grids. You don't get the instant gratification from it. I'm using, with everything switched on, I'm using 3.4 megawatts. I've already got 6 megawatts of production right now, and I'm actually only using 2.2. So doubling this doesn't feel like it's really that important right now, but the worst thing is when you get close to this line and you're busy doing something else. So that's why turbo fuel was kind of a must, really. Okay, well, let's get as many belts in here as we can for now, temporarily. Can't believe we're going to have to just casually wait for belts to be producing. That's actually disgusting. I also have the problem that I've run the foundation, but I haven't run the belt from over there either. Ugh! Can't believe I'm going to be struggling for belts. That's pain. And embarrassing. And this is going to come through this way, because we're going to have... two belts are going to run this way. Coal on one side, sulfur on the other. We bring sulfur in from there. Right, whilst those are crafting, let's go do some of the other bits we need to set up turbo fuel. I've got a bunch of power cabling to do. I know that's for certain. It would have been nice to have got these producing the compacted coal nice and quickly, so that can have a chance to back up before we try and do the switch. But we'll get that here soon, TM. Right, so we'll come in here and we'll split it between these two. I haven't given power to any of these fellas, so let's figure out some power situation. For the sake of simplicity, let's just slam a power pole in front of each one of these. in there. That's this lot, at least yellow for now. No materials coming into it, but we'll fix that soon. Let's replicate the same on these. Power pole in front of each one. There's a limestone node near your steel factory. You could knock up a quick little concrete thing there. Yeah, there's quite significant needs for more concrete soon. Or, well, imminently, to be fair. It is on the to-do list. Oh shit, that was not a good idea, was it? Oops, I accidentally broke everything. Whoops! Let's hope that's not too tragic. Whoops! I accidentally killed power to my entire factory. Nobody saw that, it's fine. We move on. Oh, how have I now got conveyor lift Mark IV in my power bar? Right, that's all of those at least connected up. We should see lots of yellows now. They're missing their inputs, which is why they're not doing anything, but at least they're sat there. That's how blackouts happen during the day. Yeah, some dumb donut boy just like snips a wire he shouldn't do. Clearly. Right, these refineries are also not on yet. Where's the power connection on these? Oh, it's there. It's on the front of the damn things. Okay, let's put some power connections on these then. God, it's going to be fun to turn this on, though. Once we've got everything here. Getting a bit dizzy doing this already, though. Right, they should all go yellow. You lot have not gone yellow. That tells me that you clearly do not have a recipe or something.
Loot Fever TV says, Stanley, Mantius destroyed a power pole and cut the power to the fuel factory. Thanks to this blunder, we are not producing. Any tips for him so it doesn't happen again?
Don't be a dum-dum.
Mantius seems to have gotten a bit carried away with his power play. Perhaps a gentle reminder to always double-check connections before making any drastic changes. Remember, the factory must grow, but not at the cost of unplugging it. Cheers.
Not at the cost of unplugging it, yeah. Thanks, Stan. Appreciate that. It's quicker just to go into it. That's because that's not the right recipe now, is it? Oh, what do we have here? What are we working on? We're doing a little bit of turbo fuel right now. It feels like a lot to me. It's probably a little to others. But we've had fuel being produced. We're kind of retrofitting turbo fuel to the whole system right now, which is we've been the irony of ironies. We're 70 hours into the game and I'm running out of belts, so I'm waiting for some belts to craft and get put in the cloud so I can finish the coal and the sulfur connections over here to make the compacted coal, which will then allow us to make the turbo fuel. But while I'm waiting, I'm doing some power line management. I think I need to do the same with these ones. These are going to need power connections. But welcome in, welcome, welcome. Whoa, shit, I died. Right to the end and then I fell off. Yeah, we're about 70 hours into this playthrough, I think, now. Roughly. Admittedly, we did only start last week. So I think we're doing alright on the progress front. You can just connect to there for now. You could do with being upgraded. You need some more power connections, I'm convinced of it. Right. Everyone's yellow. Everyone's yellow. Good. Right, let's assess what's next on the list. Oh, we need to run some power lines to all our new refineries, don't we? These are going to need some power line love. This side is all up and running using the fuel right now. We'll probably do a transition where we try and turn the left-hand side on with turbo fuel, and then once this is up and running, we can let the fuel from this drown out, and then we can connect the pipes to this side for the turbo fuel, I think. Let's see. How are you finding the game so far? Well, for full disclosure, I have played it to about this point in the game before. So up until now, nothing really new has jumped out at me. But yeah, I absolutely love it. I'm a big fan of the factory sims. I've got thousands of hours in Factorio. I enjoy a bit of DSP. I am a Dyson Spherer. Satisfactory just scratches a different itch. Sometimes I like the top-down 2D of Factorio because you can just sit there and look at it and mesmerize your brain with it just ticking away for hours on end. But sometimes I like the kind of the three-dimensional challenge. Right, they will all say red because they don't have fuel right now, and that's to be expected because we got to figure out some pipe business still. But let's get these fellas some power. Oh, these fellas don't even have pipes, never mind power. Okay. If you've not got pipes, we do use some pipes. One of you. My day trade is actually playing World of Warcraft, but when it's quiet and WoW, we spread our wings and play factory games. Oh shit, no wait, hang on, that's not right at all. Get rid of you. Whoops! You're not meant to have anything in you. Flush. Get rid. Go. Get gone. I might have accidentally connected the fuel there where I shouldn't have done. Because it's not fuel that's going in these. Why would I ever want it to connect there? Righty. What were we doing? We were doing power lines, weren't we? Right, we're hopefully not too far away from being able to start turning all of this on, which is going to be fun. Scares the living Christ out of me setting all of this up without having it on, though. I'm really hoping my maths is right and we've laid shit out correctly. And not done too many boo-boos like what we did there with... Oh, of course you're right in the way. Right, well, you'll have to move. What do you mean invalid aim location? There we go. I'm still not going to be able to delete that without it all going flipping doolally, am I? Yeah, I thought as much. You connect to there. I've killed the power to half my factory again. Whoops. Oh, you can absolutely make suggestions. Just please be aware, I might not take it. I'm more than willing for people to make suggestions, no problems whatsoever. But I set the rules up front that you can make suggestions all you like. I might not listen to them. I will consider them. I get very, very heavily distracted by squirrels, which is a phrase you'll hear me say many a time, which is often when suggestions are made in chat, it's that if I go and act on that suggestion straight away, it often wildly distracts me from what I'm doing in the moment. So I don't always act on them straight away. I'm more than welcome to them, because I am still pretty noobish at this game for the most part, compared to veterans. You're fine to be there. I'd recommend not getting the power hooked up until the generators are full of fuel. The way that I've had this built so far, I've overproduced and underconsumed. So while I've done quite a lot of things to some sort of ratio, I've made sure that the consumption of the fuel is less than what is produced, because I want the pipes to stay full. I know fluid dynamics were a pain in the ass, so my way to approach that was to make sure that the pipes are just always full, or should I say that I am overproducing and underconsuming, which is the route I've gone. I hope that's a relatively safe way of doing things. let's just delete this anyway. That clips through there, which I don't like, but there's not a lot I can do about it right now. Yeah, we'll get to the turn on stage soon. I've got I got to finish the belting of sulfur and coal so we can make the compacted coal. Once we've got those two items in though, we can start switching the whole thing on. But I'm going to turn because half of it's already running with fuel, I'm going to turn half of it on to begin with turbo fuel. And then transition to it all being turbo fuel. Which should allow pipes to back up and hopefully not have any issues. But we'll take a bird's eye view of it in a minute, just to check that we've done everything and see how it all looks. Okay, one more row to go. One more row to go. And once again, you're in the wrong place. One more row to go. Generator buffers actually fill with fuel even if the power is not connected. And when you let the generator internal buffer fill, it will run nice and smooth, providing it's getting the fuel delivered from the source. Then when you turn it on, it runs nice. I had this with coal initially, with our coal generators last week, that the advised strategy for coal most of the time is to run 8. But I always feel that people run into issues when they run 8, and it's because of pipes. Whereas if you just build 6, if you slightly underconsume, half of those issues disappear. The way I did it, or like to do it anyway. So you go there, you go there, you go there. Boom. Right, that should be all of them at least powered, even though they do not have fuel yet. No, not powered, because I missed literally that one there. You gonna go yellow? You should go yellow. Should you go yellow? No, you shouldn't go yellow yet. You should not go yellow because you are... Oh, it is saying it's got no power. Why is it saying it's got no power? Oh, no power because no fuel. Alright, yeah, sure. Makes sense. Right, connections to turbo fuel should be relatively easy. We have yet to figure this bit out. Those have got power though. These are all yellow. Right, okay. We really need those belts now. Really need those belts. Here's to hoping we've got enough belts produced. I know for a fact I'm not going to have enough belts. We're going to have to go and handcraft 500 belts. That's really disgusting. Because I've already ran out of encased industrial beams. Oh no! The concrete shortage is coming true. The concrete shortage is coming true. Right. No time like the present to go and fix that problem. God, I hope we can get this working. Right, back to base. Let's go grab some concrete and make some encased beams. Right, time to fly. Time to grab a drink quickly. Settle that concrete while you're there. I have, well, I kind of have a bit of a circular problem on my hands right now because I need to upgrade the concrete supply belt. But I can't upgrade the concrete supply belt until I have more encased beams, and I can't make more encased beams until I have a greater throughput of concrete. It's a very circular problem. I have a tiddly little situation on the go here for concrete production, and then we need to navigate getting it into the base a bit faster. There's also like 3 flipping concrete nodes around here. I'm only using one normal one right now. I've got 1, 2, 3 more normal ones just lying about. So I can really amp this if I want to. I reckon you're still a Mark... Oh, you are a Mark II miner at least. So you're probably doing your job as efficiently as you can for now anyway. Is this still a 60 belt though? Has this entire time been producing... Wait, hold up. Hold up, what's the ratio? Is it a 3-to-1 ratio, limestone to concrete? It is, isn't it? That's why. That's why. It's not... Yeah, okay. That's why we're producing a pathetic amount of concrete. Yeah, this whole thing needs a redo. This whole thing needs a reconsider and a redo. And I should probably tap into the other nodes while we do it. Is this a squirrel that I don't really want to deal with right now? I want to get turbo fuel up and running. We are that close to getting turbo fuel up and running. That's the squirrel I'll fix next time. That can be the next squirrel, just not this one. I do have concrete though. I've got lots of it right now. It's not that I don't have it. It's just my supply of it is not great. What do we need for the encased beams as well? Right. Oh, steel beams. We've got steel beams for days. We'll throw a few minutes of handcrafting at the problem to make it go away for now. Why fix a problem when you can delay it till tomorrow? I said I was not going to do that at the beginning of this playthrough. I said we'd play it properly and that we'd overproduce everything and we'd do it properly, but we're cutting corners, aren't we? Well, you got to cut a corner or two sometimes. Hey Stanley, what do you think's more important, setting up turbo fuel or fixing concrete? See if Stanley has any wise words on the matter.
My dear friend. Prioritizing tasks is key. I would suggest fixing the concrete first, as you need a solid foundation for the factory to thrive. Once that's in place, you can turbocharge your fuel production. Cheers.
Damn. Stanley, I thought you were going to have my back on that one. But he makes a fair point. He does make a fair point. Well, like I mentioned earlier, sometimes I will take suggestions, but I might not actually do them. If we can get sort of 300, 400 of these, we should be good. Stanley do be a stand sometimes. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong, he just doesn't have to be so right about it. It's just rude. I should set this just crafting, or leave the game AFK, and we should go unlock flying in WoW, shouldn't we? Oh, flying on the Siren Isle, sorry. I was meant to do that last week and I forgot. I've barely logged. I think I logged in once last week. I logged in once just to check on how patch 11.1 investments are doing. Realised that I was already up about 20% and contemplated selling it all. But if we diamond hands it, it might go up more, right? Clearly. Or it could tank like Nvidia stock. If I have them in my bags, then we don't need to stand here handcrafting them, do we? We can always create more if we need more. It's going to be one of those close but so close situations. If I can at least get the coal down there now, I can start figuring out what we're going to do. Because there's a few other things I want to use this coal and this sulfur for in this area. So I don't want to jam them straight into the build. I want to make sure I stockpile them a little bit and give myself the ability to pull from them elsewhere. So we're going to have to make sure we remember that. Things like the smokeless powder, I think was the one that vaguely, there was some sort of weapony related things that I remember I needed to do. So if we oh wait, where's the conveyor thing gone? 7. Right, so there's coal down here. I think the first thing probably to do is to slam a bunch of it in a crate. Slam a bunch of it in a crate so that we've got a reserve down here for when we want to do other things with it. And then we can figure out distributing it through these. So let's take... where have they gone? I can, surely it's in logistics, right? Why can I never, there we go. An industrial storage container, that's the words I'm looking for. Let's put some of it straight away in one of those. Oh. Too close. Too close. Right, some of it in there straight away. Wait, hang on. That was... There we go. Right angles. Love us some right angles. Right. There's a little stockpile of coal on the go. Nice. We're going to probably do the same on the other side with the sulfur, I reckon. So let's plan for that. Because who doesn't love a bit of symmetry? Then once we've got it, we can start distributing it through these. These are going to consume, what was my numbers on this in consumption rate? I think I need 270? 267 compacted coal per minute. Which, since it's a one-to-one, actually translates to 270 coal we need. Now, we slugged the coal, so we should be getting 360. So we've got an oversupply of coal coming in. So this buffer should fill. Not only should the buffer fill, it should allow us to pull from it and do some other small little things from time to time without it causing an issue to the power grid. So let's, that's the output, so our inputs are over this way. I'm going to put coal downstairs and we'll probably put sulfur upstairs, I reckon. There, and then further on up here somewhere. So coal's going to run in that way. Coal's going to go in there, then we're going to have the sulfur doing something similar, but on this end. Why would I have put it all the way there? That seems silly. You're too close, aren't you? You're not technically too close. We'll do that. Okay, we're going to have elevation issues here. Okay, let's just move that up. Move that up there, and that can run straight in, right? Is that the theory? Boom. lining this one up is going to be a nightmare. Yeah, because of that. Oh, doesn't technically need a split, does it? If we do this, if we do that, we don't need the splitter at the end, and we solve all of our problems. All of our problems. Equally kind of why this doesn't need to be there either. Just realised. Go. That'll work. That will be both coal and sulfur in there once I get them there. Right, we need sulfur. We need our sulfur, sulfur, sulfur. Oh god, we are going to need a billion belts, aren't we? I think I underestimated the amount of belts we're going to need here. This looks like a 500 belt situation. Oh, I don't think I even ran it halfway along there either. Oh no. And before somebody tells me I should have done trains, I know. I know. I also need to extend my hypertube all the way back over there because running this is not fun either. Oh god, we barely took the belt anywhere. As long as you know. I'm aware. That said, I am pretty sure that infrastructure for trains would put me in an even stickier situation with materials than I'm already in. I would fathom a guess that trains is going to be more expensive than running this belt. And like I said, the weird thing about all of this is it's not really impacting the performance of my factory in any way, other than allowing me to plug more stuff in, which is the odd feeling about all of this. Now I need to think hypertube here. The hypertube is on the right hand side. It's going to want to continue going down the right hand side and then go to the hypertube depot. So we want to bring this onto this side and run it along. Oh, there goes our encased steel beams, look. Go on, put one more in the cloud. The fact that it's not adding any more to the cloud does tell me that that box is completely stripped bare, and we've burnt through our entire stockpile. And it also doesn't seem to be making them particularly very well either. Looks like we might not make it to aluminium today. Considering how much belt routing we're going to need to do for aluminium as well to get that up and running. That's not going to be free to build. Maybe we should let the factory AFK for 5 hours or something. Right, boys and girls, whilst this quickly crafts some of these up, I'm going to take the opportunity to stretch my legs. Quick bathroom break, and then we will continue on. I'll throw some ads up while I do it, so it gets them out of the way. So feel free to do the same yourself if needs be. I'll be back in 2. Okie dokie, that should have got the ads out of the way. Let's see, are we millionaires on industrial beams now? 160, 170? That'll get us somewhere, surely. That'll get us half the way there at least. Let's configure the tubes. How did I set this tube up? How far does this go to the sulfur? Guess there's only one way to find out, right? I don't think I even showed you guys the oh, it just literally goes up to here. Okay, fine. Wait, what's that? Looks like a mini Christ the Redeemer, whatever it's called. Or is it a slug on the end of a somewhat... Okay, it's a slug on the end of a somewhat phallic-looking stone. Okay, sure. Not quite the wonder of the world that it looks like from a distance. This is a good opportunity just to check that we slugged this as well. We need at least a slug in here so that we got 360 on this belt. Yes, we slugged this as well. That's fine. We can come along in here, and didn't we figure out that maximum is 600? So yeah, we can double it if needs be. We don't need the full 360. This is the point. The 270 that we actually need to run the factory, we can technically double that without having to add any more nodes or without having to upgrade the miners. In fact, by the time we look to double this, whoa, it looks cool from a distance, look. By the time we look to double this again, the likelihood is we'll have unlocked Mark III miners. So we can really scale it. Mark III miners double the whole thing again, right? So that means we could 4x it eventually. But I've already seen rocket fuel, and that already intrigues me. And of course, it's not actually that long before we start unlocking nuclear, which I don't think I'm going to be doing anything with anytime soon, but I'm intrigued by it all the same. Okay, let's get the rest of that belt finished. We've got to get from there to there. And if we can do that, we can start turning on turbo fuel, which will be a nice little milestone, if nothing else. So let's get that in order. Didn't even spill my coffee, look. Check me. Oh no, I didn't pick it up. Whoops. Oh, flip. Got to pick it up again. Oh, right, beams again. Oh, we didn't get very far at all, did we? Oh, God. Oh, God. We didn't get very far at all. This is not the way that we should be doing stuff. 70 hours into the game. But it's not like I can even cheat and drop down a tier of belt either, since I need the speed of tier 4 belt. I need the throughput. Or maybe I mean, no, it's 2, what's tier 3 belt these days? Oh, I don't even know. $240. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, 240 doesn't even do it. I need the. I actually need the throughput of the tier 4 belt. I mean, it'd probably be alright, but well, it actually wouldn't. No, it would be stuttery and all things we don't want. Plus, I need the extra sulfur and the extra cold because we need to do a few extra bonus things with this. It'd be nice to package up some of this turbo fuel as well, rather than just burning all of it for electricity. Plus, we need some of this coal and some of this sulfur to make the smokeless black powder, I think it is. So we can unlock the rifle and start producing some of the ammo and stuff for that. So we need a little bit of bonus mats all the same. I clearly had like 20 hours of like backup supply of these encased industrial beams, but it's clear we burnt through that backup really quick. And I just don't make them fast enough in our little base to replenish this huge demand of them I've put on myself. It's fine. It's fine. We get there. That's 100. Let's see how far 100 gets me. When I started the stream today, I really didn't envisage turbo fuel taking the majority of it again, but that seems to be the pattern now. We're having to sort of build things and do things at a size now where it's not a quick 5-minute job to just bang something together anymore. It looks like each one of these runs is 28 beams, so I think I get 3 runs before I run out of fuel again. Yeah, 28 beams. So that's 4, and we've run out, and we're not even at the turn yet. Oh, God! And I've actually run out of the steel beams on hand as well. Not like this. Right, next time I say I'm going to casually run a belt, somebody just like slap me. Because it's clearly time for us to be using non-belts to do these distances. I can't have 20 hours worth of backed up materials being consumed just setting up one thing. We won't get anywhere at that speed. This is a phase I think that we're probably going to sit on for quite a while though. I don't think we're going to enter phase 5 anytime soon. I don't know what the hell is going on with those nuclear pasta things at the end, but I've heard the phrase nuclear pasta many a times before, and I've heard people often sigh after saying it, so that fills me with excitement for when we get to that stage. Everybody says that nuclear is a pain in the ass, but that kind of intrigues me more than anything else. Yeah, this is just stripped bare, because this is going to be... Wow, this doesn't even have anything in it to refill the cloud even. Yeah, so my beam situation is not good. This puppy dog is still struggling to make even 3 beams a minute. Yeah, okay, that's tragic. I'm making like 200 belts an hour. That's not going to get us anywhere anytime soon, is it? Just started playing, so noob question alert. When do you unlock the foundation plates? What foundation plates? You mean like foundations? Or you need to I can't remember, if I'm honest. I can't remember. You can... I made a beeline towards making these very quickly. As soon as you go get limestone, these are made with concrete and iron plates. So it's actually the very first thing I automated. I automated concrete first. Yeah, I automated concrete from limestone almost instantly. And then iron plates are the next thing you want to automate. And then you can make foundations pretty much as you want. Hub upgrade 3 gives you the ability to make concrete. I don't know how. I know you said you just started, so I'm going to assume that you're still working through this sort of stuff. But yeah, it's hub upgrade 3 where you get the ability to make concrete, and then you should probably, the first thing you do is run off and automate that and put it all in a box, so that you can have an easier time making foundations and put everything on a grid. One of the biggest mistakes I made on my first playthrough with this was not putting everything on foundations, and then everything is on like the ground, and the ground is always uneven, and it makes it an absolute nightmare to connect all of your pipes and belts and stuff together. That is unless you completely don't care about like clipping and stuff, but like this, for example, this was clearly a bad... I should have put the foundation a little bit higher than this because I've got the flipping ground sticking through it, but I very quickly wanted to make sure I put everything on a foundation this playthrough. I have hub 5 now, but I don't see the foundation recipe. Does it require something more? Is it something you unlock early on in the MAM, maybe? I don't think it is. I don't think it's something you unlock here. If you've got hub 5, you should have foundations, I think. You should have foundation 1, 2, 4 and ramp 1, 2 and 4. They're like the freebie ones. I mean, if you can't make them yet, just keep progressing through. You'll unlock them at some point. The nature of this game is everybody unlocks things at slightly different points, based upon what you research and spec into. I think we're probably going to need to make... I'm going to make a guesstimation of 200, maybe 300 of these to get the job done. If we can get that many done now, then we can get turbo fuel on, which would be nice. I need to clear my inventory out of some of this trash as well. I've kind of been weirdly stockpiling leaves and wood and this sort of... and like these... any creature stuff, because what I want to do is I want to set down a machine and sloop it, sloop the machines that convert these materials, because these can never really be automated, the collection of them. So any of them that I get, I want to maximize the output of them in a machine that is slooped, which is why I've stopped converting it all to biofuel instantly. I want to make sure I sloop it. Some people still swear by liquid biofuel. I've never actually bothered making any of it, but so I don't really know if it's any good or not. It's worth testing at the very least. Same with all of my slugs. I've stopped turning slugs into, I think, what they call power shards. I've stopped turning the slugs into power shards because I need to do that in a building with the sloop in it to get like a multiplier bonus. I think I need 10 sloops soon as well. 10 sloops for that bonus power thing. That looks quite fun to play with. Right, how many of these are we up to? 120 or so. As much as it frustrates me to stand here handcrafting these, I think it's probably worth spending a couple of minutes doing this, so I don't have to do it again. Because I reckon I need 300 belts. I'm kind of quite interested actually with this. I spoke about this a little bit yesterday. I'm kind of quite interested on doing some short form content for Satisfactory. Not sort of like professional level guide stuff, but just like 50% amateur playthrough sort of content. What I did, how I progressed through it, troubles I had at different stages, but just like short form, 10-15 minutes sort of thing. It'll get me into video making mode again, which I really need, because I've anybody that jumps on the YouTube channel will know that my upload schedule of videos is poor these days. It used to be my bread and butter. I used to try and do almost daily videos, but now my upload schedule is very poor. If I do 4 videos a month, I'm amazed these days. Right, let's get to 300. If I can get to 300, I'm going to reckon that's probably enough. So that we don't have to stand here handcrafting, flipping belts all day. The argument is instead of doing this, I should have just run off and done something else, but I've realised my base only makes like probably 120 belts an hour, so as tedious it is as to handcraft these for now, it's probably worth it to just get it done. Right, 250, that's enough. I can't listen to that. Give me what's that thing where you get the ting 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 in your ears? Tinnitus or something? Could have spent the time fixing concrete. It's not really concrete's fault at the moment. It's the fact that the throughput of the concrete that I have and the encased steel beam machine is not running properly, and it's actually, I don't think it's concrete that's actually holding that back. I think it's steel, believe it or not. So there's bigger problems than just boosting concrete. Concrete I have like a bit of a stockpile still of concrete. It's just I'm not using it efficiently, that's the problem. But yes, I do need to amp my concrete all the same. Right, where did we get to? We got about over here, didn't we? We will probably, once we got this finished and up and running, I think it might not be a terrible idea to like do an actual jobs list. You know, actually figure out what it is we need to do, or the next 5 steps at least, like what are the next 5 things we're going to do, and then we just do them, and then if we run out of, you know, during doing those 5 other things, we'll come up with 5 more things that definitely need to be done, and then we'll do those. Is that aligned? Right, home stretch. What I don't want to do is make this game feel like World of Warcraft, where I log in and I have chores to do. I'm trying to escape the chores. I'm trying to escape the all the things approach. Game has a to-do list feature for a reason. Yeah, I know. It's clearly I clearly was not the only one that was like, we need something. And then we zoop that in there. Beautiful! Connection has been made. Right, now we just need to actually get it in here. Let's So actually the game's not over yet, is it? Let's not celebrate too early. Boom! It's in. It's on. That means we should start seeing compacted coal. Do your shit, game. Go, go, gadget, go. Right, this compacted coal should then start firing out of here. Adding a to-do means nothing. Source, the code base that I'm working in. Just because you've got a list, it doesn't mean you follow it, yeah. Right, this will start filtering through. But we should now be seeing compacted coal go out. This compacted coal is going to work its way into these refineries. Which, momentarily, will be given some fuel. And so they can do their thing. Looked at one at random. It was added in 2019. Oh dear. Whoops. To be fair, Factorio doesn't have a to-do list feature. It doesn't stop us from making use of things like combinators to display screens or even just concrete as to do. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's whole add-ons that are like top of the add-on list that are purely used by people to write notes down. Anything can be a to-do list if you try hard enough, exactly. I mean, I don't know if you caught this earlier in the stream, but like, I've started doing these sorts of things just so that I kind of, when I do the maths and figure out the process, that I remember it. And it wouldn't surprise me if I extend this to making a big old to-do list that we can just kind of tick stuff off once we've done it. So right, let's just double check that we've got lots of greens going on here. We've got lots of greens. This means that slowly but surely, both this coal and the sulfur is being turned into plenty of compacted coal. My ratio on this, I think, is correct. I've built each one of these makes 25 a minute. There's 6 of these, which should be 150. Which 150 should be enough to run 10 foundries. Because each foundry requires 15 per minute. Now, technically, we don't need 10 of these things. We don't need 10 refineries. We only need 9 of them. So we're actually overproducing compacted coal deliberately. So that allows it to back up a little bit. We'll let it sit for a minute doing its thing. So maybe some of these, yeah, now they've started to get their first stack. It will share more further on down the belt. So, yeah, you can see by this point, literally only one had made it to the end of the run. Once these all fully start to back up with their coal, we can start adding some fuel into the run, get them making the turbo fuel at least, even though it's not going anywhere yet. Get those pipes full. Now that is going to take some of the fuel from our main production, but this is where having a lot of overhead is nice. So once some of these belts start looking full, we're about halfway so far by the looks of things, with these filling up. Got a problem, dinner, lasagna or pizza, I want both. You're going for a real Italian feel today, I see. Well, don't take this as sound financial advice, but there's no reason you can't have both. It's Yeah, size matters. Size matters. If it's an extra large pizza, then you should probably just have the pizza. If it's a family size lasagna, you should probably just have lasagna. But if it's a small lasagna and a small pizza, there's no reason you can't do both. Stack pizzas, it counts as lasagna. That's a clever way to look at it. I'm having lasagna today or pizza today, and tomorrow I'll have the other. Oh, I'll just cook both and do half-halves. Cook both, do half-halves. Live a little. Live a little. Spread your wings. Go crazy. Well, in theory, this side should be in exactly the same situation. Starting to fill up on compacted fuel at the end here. Filling up this end either way. These things are still producing. I kind of want to just switch this on for now until this has had the opportunity to back up a little bit. Not that we need any of these buffers, but it just helps with the transition from fuel to turbo fuel. If you try and just like press go and turn everything on in one go, it's a recipe for disaster usually. These are still filling. We're up to here. Up to here now. Oh, no, now that one's full. So it can move on to this. We've got three more to top up by the looks of things. Careful, don't spill the coffee. Hey, we got super gravity. We got this. So these last ones should, in theory, fill up really fast now. Because all of the compacted coal is coming straight down the end of this belt. You got a full stack in you? Beautiful. You're backed up. Next we got you on 50. You on 60. Right, you two can have a race to see who wins. Once these are backed up, we can start switching from fuel to... Yeah, we can start putting some fuel in these as well. But a calzone with lasagna inside. That sounds like a literal ball of lava. Sounds fun though. Right, they're backed up. Lovely stuff. Right, that now means that these can also join the world of backing up. These are less important for me to back up. I just want these with a full stack of compacted coal in them each. These will start stacking up as well now. There we go. Look, we can even see the belt backing up here. Beautiful. Right, it's time to start switching some of this fuel line, pumping it into here to start filling the turbo fuel line. My factory might have a little bit of a heart attack here when we do this. This is the risky bit now.
Jack the Dipper says, Stanley, do you like a La Scissor?
La Scissor?
Ah, a La Scissor, you say. Sounds like a fusion of Italian and Mexican delights. I must say, I do enjoy a good culinary adventure, so count me in for trying a new twist on a classic dish. Cheers.
Stanley's up for it. I don't think he quite got it was a lasagna pizza, but I think he's up for the experimentation at least. Right, so the way we do this is we slam one of these in here and we just say, hi, have some fuel. And then these should start turning on. They're not going to do much very efficiently right now, but at the very least they start producing turbo fuel. At least this row does anyway. Turbo fuel is being produced. It's probably going to cause some hiccups in the power grid temporarily, because that turbo fuel's not going anywhere. But we might have a bit of enough of a backup in these pipes for it to not matter too much. The turbo fuel should then start sitting in this belt, this pipe, sorry, with half of that on, probably not all on all the time. Give it a minute for this to start filling up a little bit. The turbo fuel doesn't really go anywhere yet either. Turbo fuel's just going to sit in this pipe for a minute. What I'll do is use the initial turbo fuel that's produced here to power this half, and then we'll add
Jack
the other
the Dipper
half
says,
on, I reckon.
Stanley, if you could choose dinner for tonight, what would it be? Pizza or lasagna? Ah, decisions. I must say both pizza and lasagna are delightful choices. Why not have a lasizza and enjoy the best of both worlds? Remember, a well-fed builder is a happy builder. Cheers.
Maybe he did understand your lasizza. Now he knows it. Hey, you've taught ChatGPT something. How about that, Jack? How do you feel? That was quite funny. Right, eventually, this will just be the feed. So, what's the next step in the process? The next step in the process is doing the
Jack the
same
Dipper
here.
says, Stanley, I am your father. Oh, my dear Jack the Dipper. Such a shocking revelation. If you truly are my father, then I must say you've inherited my sense of humor. Always a pleasure to banter with family. Cheers.
Also means you've slept with Stanley's mother. Didn't slip that one in. Or maybe you did. Right, these should start switching on now, producing some turbo fuel as well. Filling this up a little bit more thoroughly. Inherited, Stanley's got to learn how families work. What did he say? Yeah, he did. His exact words were, "Such a shocking revelation. If you truly are my father, then I must say you've inherited my sense of humour." Yeah, that's not how the family tree works, is it? That's not how that works. That's the wrong way around. Right, so this pipe is now slowly but surely filling with fuel, even like right down to the end, which should in theory means that these also start filling up. Once we've got a bit of a backlog of fuel in these, I then know that the pipes are full. Yeah, see, it's now struggling to get rid of it. Good indication that the pipes are nearly full. This pipe's now struggling with regular fuel, but that's kind of what we wanted. Because what we're going to do is now connect the turbo fuel into this half of the factory. We connect the turbo fuel in there, so that half kicks in. Then we can start switching this half to turbo fuel as well in a minute. So this is a bit of a temporary pipe. This is a little temporary I realise I've made a touch of a boo-boo there. Because these are not going to connect very well. Okay. Right, we just might have to make a very brave move and turn one off and turn the other on. What could possibly go wrong? These are full though now. These are full. Oh, I apparently broke things anyway. I broke things anyway. Okay, well if I broke things, let's just get it done. If it's broken, let's fix it. So, fuel now doesn't need to go any further than that. Fuel line doesn't need to go any further than that. We are coming out of these. The fuel is going into this run, and the fuel is going into this run. We have turbo fuel in this pipe now, and this pipe just needs to connect in. If we flush that side completely, I would assume that means that these just don't... Oh, okay. Now these do have a backup of fuel. How is this going to work when I start pumping it full of turbo fuel? I don't know. I guess we just find out, right? If in doubt, find out. Right, you go there. If in doubt, find out. Let's turn half of it on to begin with. Go on, you would. There's plenty of fuel in the pipes. Do your damn stuff. Just keep doing it. Keep flushing it through. I believe. Oh, no, wait. I've just realised. Let's make this easier on ourselves. Let's disconnect it from the rest of the factory first. Boop. Turn you off. Sorry, rest of the factory. You're off. Go on. You're fine. You can run now. My factory doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. Right. Let me check. I have got this as I expected it to. So we got fuel coming through. Is it going to be weirded out by the fact that it's got, like... Is it weirded out by the fact that it's got fuel in it, but not the right fuel? Put in a second switch that separates the producers and the energy generators. Oh, right, like here. That means I actually need a switch point. So we need to get from here to here and here to here. And then this should be isolated from all of that. Don't you install batteries? No. No. Blows the whole shebang. I think it's probably not the biggest of fans of the fact that there's a bunch of fuel in this. E.g. the problem with trying to retrofit this whole thing. So, we'll just wang it all in. If in doubt, push harder, right? If in doubt, push harder. That's the theory. Because these have now got turbo fuel in them. So these are now happy. It's probably not best pleased that there was like regular ass fuel in all of the other ones. Yeah, these are just weirdly not happy about the fact that there's fuel in these. Let's let it cook for a while. Yeah, these seem to have a bit of a problem with the fact that they... please don't make it so I have to actually pick these up and put them back down again just to change the fuel type that's used in them. That seems really dumb. Surely they should just take what they're given, right? So there should be ample turbo fuel for this entire thing to just work now. But if, as a test, we put this here. And I configure this. Oh, no. This is only happy because it's burning the remaining of this fuel. these ones aren't doing shit. They seem to be like stun locked. That's weird. Even though like there's a full pipe of fuel like right here for it. Take out the fuel that's locked in its place. Well, you can't move it anywhere because you can't put fuel in your inventory. So what's it going to do now? Oh, see, now this just instantly switched to turbo fuel and is now happy as pig in shit. Why won't the others do that? No. Power cables are all good. Why is this one just happily switched over to turbo fuel whilst the other ones are being a bit weird? I really don't have to take them out and put them back in again just to fix it. I mean, we always can, but like, that's a real ball ache. Isn't this kind of the reason why there's do a full network flush? Nah, they seem to be stun locked for some reason, with this tiddly little bit of bonus fuel in them. Is this a generic problem through all of them? It is, look. They're all just not happy. The fact that they're now... Why one was just happy to work, I don't get it. Why one just casually switched over. The others seem to be stuck with a tiny little bit of fuel in them. Is it maybe got something to do with the fact that there's not really the demand for the power? As you can tell, I'm rapidly trying to avoid having to turn them all off and turn them all on again. Or pick them up, put them down. Well, there's no reason that should have blown. They just eat the fuel even if there's no demand. You've made me go play too. I've got no control over it. Welcome in, Adressia. Good morning, good morning. Or good afternoon in many places by this point. Right, well, somewhat annoyingly, it feels like I might actually have to rip these up and put them down again as the only real quick and easy solution. Since they seem to be stuck with this tiddly amount of fuel in them that won't go anywhere, won't be consumed. and it doesn't particularly like that the pipe in front of it's got turbo fuel in it. That said, these ones haven't really seen, since I did that full pipe flush. Oh, it took that valve out. Okay, good. Just came back from my quarterly control pet scan, so morning doesn't count. Oh, what? Because morning disappeared against your best wishes. Oh, you can take the fuel to the trash can, right? Oh, there we go. There we go. So this tiddly little bit of fuel that seems to be stuck in them, we can trash that and it starts taking in the turbo fuel. Nice. Now we're cooking. These ones were all turbo fuel to begin with, so they're happy. So we just got to, whilst a touch frustrating, we've got to run around and take that last drip of fuel out of each one. Well, at least that's quicker and easier than having to pick them up, put them back down again. That's one of those things that now you know, you know. That, like there's often these little quirks in the system, which, you know, is a real pain in the ass until you know. But now you do, you'll never have that problem again. Okay, now if everything's gone to plan, these can all now slowly turn on. We are technically overproducing turbo fuel, so that the pipes will slowly fill up, but until the pipes do fill up, it might be a little bit of fluctuation on the go here. Oh, was Stanley broken again? Somehow, and I don't quite know how, or why this is a thing. Stanley seems to have a 3-hour limit on him before he crashes, which is kind of frustrating. He popped up but just said nothing. Yeah, he'll do that because that's him popping up and going back down is actually a different piece of software. weirdly have to turn him on and off again for him to randomly start working again. But I've kind of noticed it seems to be, weirdly at the 3 hour mark, it seems to just crash for some reason. It's done it for a couple of times. Hey Stanley, you still alive?
Hello there, old chap. Alive and kicking as always. Just doing what I do best. Playing games and having a jolly good time. Don't forget to check for a Twitch Prime.
It's the stupid Butler Union, yeah, clearly. 3 hour work days. Well, hopefully he should work now.
Adrestia says, can you tell Manthius he did well on that fuel?
Oh, there we go, there we go.
Excellent work on the fuel, Manthius. Your factory is coming along quite nicely. Keep up the good work. And remember, the factory must grow.
Appreciate that, Adrestia, thank you. So, in theory now, these should... Why are these two yellow still? Oh, these two yellow still because I've switched them off. The maths on this is that we are actually able to produce enough turbo fuel to fulfill 44 of these. Let me go show you the math. Yeah, he seems to pronounce my name differently every time. I don't know why. He hasn't figured it out.
Loot Fever TV says, Stanley, why do you stop working after 3 to 4 hours? It's all part of my charm, dear Loot Fever TV. A gentleman needs his rest, and a spot of tea after a few hours of hard work. Can't be all play and no play now, can we?
Spot of tea? I don't think I agree with that one. Yeah, so the maths on this, I've calculated it so that we should technically be able to run 44.4 of these oil burning refinery thingies, whatever they're called. My build only actually has 40. So I'm kind of sacrificing a little bit of power. But the theory behind this is it should allow me to make sure that the pipes stay saturated. More easily at least, as we are overproducing fuel for what is actually required. And before too long, all of these pipes should saturate as it flows through to the end. It just, you know, is going to take a little bit of time, and it might mean these ones at the very end of the runs are a bit on the ropes for a while. But this should naturally smooth itself out. This should naturally smooth itself out to produce 10,000 megawatts, I think, is the total number we landed on. Each 4 is 1,000 megawatts, and there's 40, so it should be 10,000 megawatts of juice. But it's going to take a little while for it to balance out. Equally, all of these turbo fuel crafty doodah fellas are... There is 2 more refineries than there actually needs to be. So these will choke occasionally on the fuel coming in, but they're all backed up right now, so they should be fine. Still, all of that is way less than the 600 capacity of a single pipe, so the pipe throughput shouldn't be an issue either.
Do you like bubble tea? Bubble tea, you say? Quite a peculiar concoction, I must say. Not really my cup of tea, no pun intended. I prefer a good old traditional cuppa instead. Cheers.
Wouldn't overclocking the generators be better than having more in total? I don't think so. I don't really see the point in overclocking generators. I tend to feel that you should probably overclock something, because then it just, you know, it produces more power, but it takes more fuel. I don't think it really plays out any different than just adding more. Or does it? I mean, it will just increase the amount of fuel consumption relative to its clock speed. So unless the increase when slugging is not linear, but I would need to do the maths on that to see. I think slugging is most useful on your sort of miners, stuff that has a relatively finite supply. All this expert talking and me just being happy I figured out why I couldn't put my iron mine where I wanted it to. Yeah, placement of those can be a little bit annoying, especially if you try and build them on foundations. You have to get the foundation like just on the top of the mining node. And then even then it's not on the global grid, which can be a bit of a pain. So I usually put it into a box first, and then I can run things looking normally. But if we take a peruse of this from high up above, this now, for all intensive purposes, should be on and running, and it will stabilize itself, is the theory here. It should stabilize itself, and it should now be a total of 10,000 megawatts of juice. I overclocked my rocket fuel generators because 84 is easier to build than 210. Oh, well, I mean, of course, yeah, there is that theory. Once you start scaling up so big that, yes, if you just want to keep the build to a more reasonable size, then sure, overclock. But I don't think it actually provides an advantage other than space saving, I guess. But she'd be beautiful. She's up and running. She's looking dapper, looking fine. These will, and they seem to be more than happily backing up. The supply of both coal and sulfur is sufficient to run all of this. If we ever wanted to add more to this, though, we would need to amp the coal and the sulfur supply, and in turn, well, obviously everything, but this brings 360 a minute in of each resource. We need 270 for it to run 100%. So it should be good, and it will consume less than 270 actually, because we've only got 44. We've only got 40 instead of the 44 that could potentially be there. So I am kind of sacrificing 1,000 megawatts of power just to just so that it all backs up and runs smoothly. The refineries to make turbo fuel are actually, there's 2 more of these than there needs to be. So these all, you'll see some of them will start to flicker occasionally, probably complaining that they don't have fuel. But that's kind of fine. I put 2 rows of 10 because it matches the row of 10 here. I could have put 2 rows of 9 and it would have worked just fine. But yeah. Make a row of batteries. A row of batteries might not be a terrible thing. I don't think, unless rocket fuel jumps out and provides something really interesting to me, I don't think we're going to be touching this all that much for quite a while now. And once it stabilizes, it should be fine. But yeah, some batteries is maybe not a bad idea. Let's have a little look. I think it might be getting there, look. Oh, it's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. It's nearly there. Like I said, it will self-stabilize once the fuel pipes fill up. I could speed up the fuel pipe actually filling up by manually switching a few. we do that for a minute. No, probably we don't want it to like totally die. That should help these ones fill up a bit faster. In theory. By my calculation, it should self-balance anyway. But this might just make it a touch easier to control while we do it. That won't help setting them at 150. The first one's already limited to... Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's for later. That's for when I turn the next section on. It will limit it going all the way to the end straight away. It means I can turn them on turn them up one row at a time. So when this one is like mostly full, in this first bank of, what is it, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This first bank of 8. See, this direction, they're seemingly full. It's just fluid dynamics being a bit weird. Yeah, like, why is this random pipe, like, almost completely empty? Yeah, the fluctuation in that is wild. $300 a minute flow rate through the side ones. 150 out that side for some reason. Yeah, it's just really random. Really random. Just as you kind of think the pipe might be full, it does a weirdness on you. Factorio had similar pipe fluid dynamics for a while, and with the 1.0 launch of Factorio, they changed fluid dynamics. It wouldn't surprise me if Satisfactory look at doing the same thing, because the Factorio guys changed it because it was just weird and buggy all the time. And maybe not weird and buggy, but just not very intuitive. Right, all of these seem to be more comfortably full. Right, this first bank almost seems like it's done. This one should still be limited to 150, so there's a limit going through that way. But that should allow these to fill up a little bit, which they seem to be. So maybe we can turn this one back up to 600. Let it flow through. Yeah, this one looks mostly full. So this should have a limit on it there. Let's crank you back up to 600. These can now start to fill up next. Are these machines still... They're still full of fuel. So it is literally about filling the pipes now, I think. There's still some at the back there that not even on. Are these just now strangled by my restrictions further down the line? Yeah, these are just being strangled right now. Which is kind of what I wanted to happen anyway. Until these are full. Not having any buffers for the fuel is probably not a great idea as well. I should probably add a fuel buffer right at the very beginning. As long as the main pipe has over 300 a minute, you should be good. I think the reason it's so slushy a lot of the time is because when these do take fuel in, they take like 50 at a go. So it only takes like 10, 15 of these to all take fuel at the same time to strip the pipe bare of fuel for that moment. So it's probably why you also shouldn't have really long pipes. Because you like get airlocks bubbles almost in it, because I don't think it acts. I don't think the fluid dynamics in the game work kind of like how liquid in pipes actually works IRL, whereas if you pull some, it'll pull the next, you know. When you clicked on the one at the back, it said no power. Yeah, because it hasn't got any fuel. It's being strangled for fuel. I'm deliberately strangling the ones at the back right now so that the pipes at the front fill. And then once the pipes at the front are full, I'll let more of it flow to the back. And like I said, there is technically enough fuel to fill all of these pipes and keep them full permanently. As our consumption is less, even in total, than what we're producing. Hence it should back up. Seems to be mostly getting there. We'll unlimit this one now. I also kind of don't want to run along and just switch them all off, because if they're not consuming any fuel, then yeah, sure, the pipes will fill up, but then as I run around and turn them all on, they'll all consume all of the fuel out of the pipe in one go, which is kind of what I don't want. That's the thing, right? You kind of want, it feels like you probably want 10-20% more produced than you're actually able to consume, so that the pipes stay full. Still a bit wiggly. Each generator is 7.5 a minute. Yeah, for turbo fuel, yeah. Right, I'm willing now to just let it rock, and it should be fine. That'll let more come through here, which switches these on. The one at the end switched on. The one at the end back there switched on. Fuel's looking better. Now you see it's starting to flatline as it should do. Right, we should be good now. Took a little bit of TLC to get it up and running, but it does look like it should be fine now. I want to see a full graph of straight line and then I'll be happy. $11,000 megawatts now kind of makes my coal production look pathetic. My coal power plants are really, really stupid compared to these now. Right, I'm about ready to say that that's working and that's good now. That looks pretty solid to me. Sure, these pipes aren't full, but they'll get there. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, a little bit of storage, a little bit of buffer of storage, so that little bit of extra fuel that we're producing can go into storage, which will help if we need to do any further transitions or hiccups or anything in the future. Some batteries, so that the whole thing can go horribly wrong and we can still run off batteries for a while, is not a bad idea either. But I'm content that that works now. So, it's a quick recap for people. We started with one single pure and fully slugged crude oil node to the right here. This bad boy is powering most of this with our crude oil, 600 per minute, and it's comfortably doing that, no problems. That gives us, by the time we've refined it all, 400 actual fuel per minute and a bonus of 300 of this polymer residue, whatever you call it, which we're sinking, but we'll turn it into plastic later. We're then importing the coal and the sulfur, which allows us to take that fuel of 400 per minute, turn it into turbo fuel, which it takes 22.5 regular fuel per refinery, meaning that we could actually have 17.8 refineries making turbo fuel. We've got 20, which is more than what we need, just because I like symmetry. The 17.8 refineries need 15 compacted coal each, which means 267 compacted coal a minute. That's the maths we use to decide just how much coal and sulfur we need to import. They're happening in all of this. We have then, we then have nearly 18 refineries making the fuel, turbo fuel, which gives us a grand total of 333 turbo fuel a minute. At a consumption rate of 7.5 per machine, that gives us up to 44.4 that we can power, which technically, if we did use all 44.4, would give us 11,100 megawatts. We've only built 40, so there's a little bit of room for it all to back up. But it works! It works! It's taken me a lot longer than I expected to, but it works. And if we take a little scout from the sky, we should hopefully let's get real skyward on this one. Where's the next ladder? Let's get a real good vantage on this. Oh, this one points the wrong flipping way. That's me plastic and me rubber. There we go. She's beautiful. It's crazy that you can stand on these as well. There we go. Oh, there we go. That's like a beautiful vantage point. We can see everything then. We can see the sulfur coming in over here. We can see the coal coming in from down here. This is the compacted coal. This is turning the crude oil into fuel in the first place. Then gets distributed out to these 20 refineries. Turbo fuel comes out, and boom, everything should be on. Everything's working. Stable. Love that. Boys and girls, that is where I'm going to leave it there for today. I need some food. I'm starting to get hungry. The day-by-day process in the factory is definitely slowing down now. I'm aware of that. We've kind of got past that first Zerg rush of momentum and progress. As it now takes a little bit longer to build things like these. This took me an hour or so last night. This was also retrofitted onto the fact that we already had half of this. This row here and this bank of 20 were kind of already here. Everything else you see added onto it here was just to make it run off turbo fuel. I guess the next one will be rocket fuel, right? I don't know how that works. We haven't researched that, but actually having this little oversupply of turbo fuel as well, not consuming all of it here, means I can run a little bonus section off, run some, package some of it up for our jetpack. We need some turbo fuel for some other things as well. But we'll tinker with all of that. I might get some of that set up off stream, and I might start planning the process for aluminium. Now that we've got more power than we know what to do with, now we need to start using it. But thank you all for joining again today. It is reset day in World of Warcraft. It is Wednesday. On a Wednesday, I do often stream in the evenings as well. This is why I'm sort of finishing the stream now. I might go get some food in me, might relax for an hour or two, might tinker around, but we might throw the stream up again this evening. I like to play some games with Team NA on a Wednesday evening, have a few beers, relax. We might do that as well. So I might see you later. If not, it will be tomorrow. Same time, same place. So thanks all for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. Come say hi in the Discord, and I'll see you next time. Peace.